Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Prize Picks. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Prize Picks is available in more than 40 American states. It accepts Apple Pay, Venmo, and much more. And for the financially responsible among us, it's a fun and potentially rewarding way to keep things interesting while watching the sports we love. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code SACRED, that's SACRED, to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code SACRED to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 385. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing all right. It's a bit of a hazy kind of. It's been cloudy in LA lately, which is like the sign. You know, it's all about to start turning. Sun's never going to come up again.
Start turning. Yeah. Weather gets interesting in California in the winter, depending on where you are.
Yeah, it's very all over the place. Like I think a couple days ago it was like 80. Now it's like very much not.
What do you have in there? What are you drinking?
Just normal black coffee.
Oh, cool. That you made yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nice. Do you have a little what do you at? Do you have like the little pod machine?
Yeah, I don't have anything like particularly special. It's like it is the most standard. I don't even know what the make and model of it is. I just like black coffee's black coffee. I don't need anything fancy. I do have an espresso machine that I used to use a lot more often than I do now. I don't really know why. It just feels like more of a winter thing for some reason for me. And so like during the summer, I don't really have it that much, but now it might be approaching the time to bust it out again, you know?
Oh yeah, to bust. It's always time to bust
it out, sexual
it's always time to bust.
When isn't it? Well, it's good to be here with you today. Dustin Furman, executive producer. I like that shirt.
Thank you.
It's got like purple accents and
yeah.
It's very nice. How are you?
Yeah, it's my Ride the Lightning shirt.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We've seen that shirt before. Yeah, right.
This
we
company, Dixon.
We got kind of an opposite thing going on.
Yeah, right.
That's true. This company, Dixon, they did a thrice collaboration with the color scheme of one of their albums. And I was telling my parents about it. I was like, dude, this is so sick. My dad's not very good at covering. He was like, oh, well, you don't even really like that album very much. And my brain like short circuited. I'm like, are you rage baiting me right now? Like my own dad? Like this is not a move. And he's like, well, just don't, you probably shouldn't buy that. Which means
right.
Christmas.
Right. That's nice.
I was like, well,
that's tough.
Yeah, it is what it is. But I'm doing good. It's been a busy few days. I was on Punching Up yesterday. So that was fun. It was good to see them again. And nothing really else. It's been kind of chill around here, thankfully. Other than the work.
Yeah. Are you going to be on Punching Up more often moving forward for a little while? Or what's the story with that?
I don't know if I'll be available to do so when they record on Tuesdays.
Yeah, right. That's right.
I was, since they recorded late yesterday because of the Mario movie direct, which by the way, Benny Safdie, I don't know if you saw that, Chris. Benny Safdie as Baby Bowser is the funniest thing, dude. But yeah, when they normally record on Tuesday, I'm in Pittsburgh, so I'm open to it, but we'd have to change around some scheduling stuff.
Yeah, no, I was just curious because, yeah, obviously, as people know, Gene is going through a medical situation right now, kind of waiting to see what the nature of everything is. And we're obviously hoping for the best for him, but he's going to be not available probably for a little while. So we have to, as we wait to see what happens. So just curious about that. It's too bad that happened. And I appreciate everyone sending Gene their prayers and their kind regards, their thoughts, whatever works within your framework of life. Because I know some people, I always say I'm sending my thoughts to you. I don't say my prayers because I'm not really praying.
Right.
But I'm thinking of you. I love telling people I'm thinking of you. Sometimes I text people that. Just thinking about you.
Thinking about them balls.
It's a nice thing. It's a nice thing to feel. No one ever tells me that. No one's ever thinking about me.
I think people just don't say it. You know, it's not a normal thing to feel. Well, it is a normal thing, but it's not like I'm never compelled to tell. Like I think of people all the time, and I'm never like, I should let them know.
Yeah, I don't let them know.
I always feel like I'm bothering people.
Right, exactly. Like my old college roommate Doug. Actually, this was kind of crazy because he was supposed to be at my wedding, and then he couldn't come the day before because this is a random ass story. Like you wouldn't remember this, but he lives in Maine, and there was like a convict like loose in Maine, like an armed convict for like several days in like central Maine or something. It was this big story, and he's like, dude, I really can't like leave my family and my kids here or whatever. Like what if something happens to him? And then I ended up catching him, but so I haven't seen him in years, and I was just thinking about him because we were thick as thieves in college, and so I just messaged him, thinking about you. And then I was looking at the last time we spoke, and it was him telling me like us conversing right before the wedding. So it's like those are the kinds of things. If I see you or talk to you on a fairly regular basis, I'm not going to tell you I'm thinking about you.
Right.
I was hoping at some point I'd get a random 3:42 a.m. text from Colin that says I'm thinking about you.
The emails I was sending off at 4:30 in the morning last night.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that you did the ad spot this morning.
Yeah, I saw. I wrote, recorded, and sent my ad for Sacred this week.
3:55.
3:54 in the morning. Yeah.
What's a worse message to get? What's a worse message to get? I'm thinking of you at 3:50 in the morning, or I'm done at 4 a.m.
4 a.m. They're both kind of ominous.
I think both is very ominous.
Yeah, yeah, and then the funnier thing is that so then I like started getting ready for bed or whatever, and then I realized that I needed more Lexapro like soon. So then I emailed my therapist at like 4:30 in the morning. And in the beginning of the email, I'm like, I just don't want you to think this is weird that I'm sending it to you now. This is when I'm awake. Anyway, this is what I need, and he helped me out. But I just thought that was funny. So yeah, people always get weird emails from me in the middle of the night. I feel energized at night. I don't really want to go to bed. Right now, I feel it's light out. I feel like shit. I'm like a vampire. All right. Well, it's good to be here with you guys today. It's nice to see you both. Nice to be with everyone out there as well. Thank you for joining us. Sacred Symbols is a weekly PlayStation podcast. Been going each and every week without fail since the summer of 2018. And you can join us 3 days early and ad-free with every episode. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. We could not do it without your support over there. You can support us at all sorts of different tiers. The $5 tier is the sweet spot that gets you early ad-free access to not only this show, but every other show in our network. Access to Sacred Symbols Plus, the supplement to this show every week. That's exclusive to Patreon. And access to the VODs for Sacred Streaming, the ability to submit your inquiries to the show, use RSS feeds, and so on and so forth. So please do support us. Sacred Symbols Plus episodes recently. We did the Ghost of Yotei spoiler cast and review discussion. I had Ohio Senate Democrat candidate Chris Volpe on to talk about the intersection of Washington, D.C. and video games. Our friend Reese Elliott from Alinea Analytics was on to talk data. We talked about COG and his trip to Japan. That was a lot of fun. Some good stuff coming up. I'm having a friend of the show, Jez Corden, on this week. He actually canceled and then uncanceled.
Oh,
which was nice because he like a tattoo appointment came up and he took it and then the guy canceled it. I don't know what happened. But anyway, so he's going to be on the show. And I want to talk to him about if there's enough accountability in the space for the things that people get wrong from a creative standpoint. And this obviously will focus on Xbox and PlayStation and all of those kinds of things. But I think it's going to be really fun. I like talking to Jez. I think he's a nice person and interesting person. So he's going to be on. That will be fun. Sacred Streaming rolls on. We just streamed the Japanese State of Play. We're not really going to cover the Japanese State of Play. We'll cover a few things here that were in it, but it was not really relevant for us. But that VOD is live for everyone on YouTube right now. If you guys want to go check that out, you're more than welcome to. I also streamed Lily Mo's new game, my studio that I co-own, our 7th game, Saint Slayer, Spear of Sacrilege. We showed that game off. The trailer's on YouTube, and the VOD for that is on YouTube as well. Barry played through it. Dustin played through it as well. Not the demo. There's a demo available for the game, and we'll talk about that in a moment. We streamed Elden Ring twice, and we have to get back to that, I guess, at some point. I did Platinum Ghost of Yotei, so I'm not in that mode anymore. So hopefully the hitting square and instead of R2 or R1 to fight. Well, now there's some funny things that Lockmore picked out in those, like where I'm like running at an enemy and then I just like heal myself with the flash. I'm like, fuck.
a double heal.
Yeah,
double
I
chug
heal
real
myself
quick.
twice because I'm mashing the square button like a fucking retard. So we're having a lot of fun on Sacred Streaming. It's been rejuvenating for me, actually, to do it. I like hanging out with you guys, my peers here, and I like hanging out with the audience and just dicking around. It feels like us in our natural condition, almost. Like just as natural as this. So thank you guys so much for. And we had more than 3,000 people watching the State of Play stream.
Yep,
pretty good. That tells me that we're gonna do pretty well when we stream Jeff Keighley's birthday bash, which is in less than a month now.
Yeah.
So please do look forward to that.
That's a long haul stream. We're gonna be fucking insane by the end.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be off the rail. It's gonna be unhinged. Maybe
and we can have people in and out in shifts or whatever too, because it is a long stream. It's gonna be like what, 5 hours or something. So
yeah, probably.
That's not that long. We streamed for 5 hours. Like especially early on, I think the Kingdom Hearts stream might have been pretty close to 5 hours, right?
Yeah, it's different when you're watching video game ads from Tencent and Mobile Slop.
Excuse me, Level Infinite.
Sorry, excuse me.
Right.
Excuse me.
Pardon me.
Social credit score deducted.
Mercury has 13 wrote into us on Patreon. Remember, that's one of the things you can get, and one of the perks you can get on Patreon, patreon.com/lastnightmedia. Look for the thread in the newsfeed each week for all the different shows. He says, hey, CDC, 2-part question. The first being for Colin. Saint Slayer looks awesome. How was developing the game? Anything you can share from a creative perspective of what you enjoyed, what sucked, etc.? So I'll answer that first. He has a second question after this. I say this all the time, and it's not to be self-deprecating. It's like, I am just the writer. And I'm the world builder. Like I like build the world. This is where it's going to be set. Here are the characters. Here's the story. Here's what it's about. The much more talented people, Barry, Josh, all these guys take it from there. The Joshes, Josh 1 and Josh 2, because Josh 1 does art, Josh 2 does music. Or the other way around. I never really delineated who was actually Josh 1 and Josh 2. So it's been a lot of fun. The thing about Saint Slayer that I think has been heartening is like people really seem into it. And I'm not saying it's like a AAA game where it's like, but like just comparable to our other games, it seems like people are really into it. And I will say, and I've said before, like Super Perils of Baking and Tribreaker didn't sell well. Fewer than 10,000 copies for each, and probably fewer than 5,000 for Tribreaker. I haven't really looked. We don't need a hit. We're never probably going to have a huge hit, but we need a game to sell better if we're ever going to finish the role-playing game. So,
right.
And we talked about the role-playing game a little bit on the stream and about how I announced it too early, my own Todd Howard moment. And we'll talk about Todd Howard later as well, ironically, and Elder Scrolls 6. So it's been fun. I think my favorite thing from the creator's perspective, as I said on the VOD, is obviously the game is heavily inspired by Castlevania 1 and Castlevania 2. It's also inspired by Zelda 2. It's inspired by Faxanadu. It's inspired by DuckTales and a few other things. And you can see all of that in there. But the coolest thing for me was, and the most interesting thing for me is that, and I said this on the VOD, is that this was a game I wasn't even going to work on at all. They were building a game and they said they wanted it to be in like the Greek or Roman era. And I'm like, that's totally cool. I have zero interest in that era. And I am not the person to write that era. And they asked me like, well, where would you set it? And I'm like, well, Central Europe in the fucking Holy Roman Empire in 1698. And so that's what we did. So it was cool to be able to do that. And like I say over and over again, making up the stories is the easiest thing in the world. This happened. Then this happened. It's like, I'm just making it up. So it's a totally fun, like they can't make it up. They're making it up, but they have to actually do real work. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm making the game. I'm not. Dustin and Chris, this is the second part of the question. It says, any interest in making your own games in the future? Thanks and have a great weekend. This is an interesting question. I don't really know where you guys stand on this. I've said before, time and time again, that I have no interest in making new games. Zero interest in working on like a new game. I want to make retro games. And if I wasn't to do that, I wouldn't be in it. Where are you guys on this, Dustin?
I think it would be cool. I've been thinking about this more recently. I have zero technical skill or very little artistic ability when it comes to actual like visual drawing, making your own things. But I was thinking recently, like the type of game I'd want to make is either like a Jackbox style game where you are with friends and use your phones. And I feel like there's a lot of creative gameplay. Every time a new Jackbox comes out, I'm always impressed with the different ideas that they have. Seems like there's a lot of different ways to go in that. The other thing is I've become an aficionado of friend slop games. And so I'm starting to figure out like, okay, there's some good ideas in this one, some good ideas in this one. I love that they're cheap for like $7. You and your friends can get in and play it. Do I have any ideas for either one of those? No. But I also haven't seriously considered, I would need like multiple people and money in order to do it. And I have
it's expensive.
Neither of those.
Yeah.
Dude, it's expensive making the games we make. I can only imagine how expensive it is to make. Well, I don't have to imagine. I know how much it might cost. Chris, do you want to make games?
Yeah, man. I've always thought about this. This is one of the first things I wanted to do. I remember one of the first colleges I was really set on going to was DigiPen in Washington, but we just didn't have the money to do it. So I was like, all right, I guess I'll do film. I guess my thought with film was like, oh, maybe I could end up doing like Vidocs, like those Vidocs for some game studios or whatever.
Yeah, like NoClip does.
But then YouTube pulled me in a different direction. I was like, all right. I mean, I'm not gonna say no, I guess. But no, I've always had like an interest in like making video games and like game design and stuff. And I've been learning like in the background like quite a lot of shit. Like I've been learning my way around Unreal and Unity and Godot or Godot. I'm not really sure how that's supposed to be pronounced. I've never actually heard it.
I think it's Godot.
I think it's Godot too, but like
because it's waiting for Godot, right? Godot.
Yeah, maybe. I've only heard it pronounced by a British man, so like, you know what I mean? Like I don't know how valid.
Godot.
Yeah, exactly. Godot.
Lieutenant. How do you get lieutenant out of that? Anyway, good.
Unity.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, so like I've been fucking around with a lot of this. I've been learning Blender for the last couple months, trying to like learn my way around that. I used to make like Halo, like my Halo levels in like AutoCAD. If you guys ever used AutoCAD.
Yeah, my uncle's a retired. My Uncle Mike, that always comes up, as a retired tin CAD. So yeah, he was all up in that shit.
So I've always had interest in it,
dude. Really CAD is really complicated.
I remember CAD. I haven't used CAD in a very long time, but I remember taking to it pretty well. Like I remember kind of wrapping my head around it pretty quick, especially compared to like CAD in high school for me is way easier than Blender is today for me. Like I don't know, like Blender is a lot, but it's really cool. And it's really flexible and you can do a lot in it. I've been learning it for also just in case like I want to do some bullshit 3D stuff for like video stuff. That's been like the secondary justification of spending time on it. It's like, oh, it's like a multifaceted kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, I've been talking for years about building stuff with people. I have a friend of mine who we've toyed around with some ideas that I think are really fun. It's really just a matter of time. It's really just a matter of setting aside the time, which is kind of difficult, especially if you're working with people in like different time zones and stuff. It's just like, oh my God, then it becomes a nightmare. But I've always had an interest in it, and maybe one day I'll figure it out. But yeah, I don't know. It's not like a priority or anything. But I'm deeply interested in game design. I think it's fucking fascinating that it's like this weird. I think it's fascinating that it's this art math where like even the slightest thing can fuck it up. Like, there's too much mouse smoothing on this. How do we fix it? I don't know. It's built into the frame rate. Like, oh fuck, how did we do that? Like, I think it's all really, really cool and interesting. And I love watching those. Like, I love watching those Vidocs of like them building Halo 2 in the Bungie days and them having panic attacks and like watching like raising Kratos. Any behind the scenes developer documentary, I eat that shit up. When Valve did that for like Left 4 Dead and stuff, they had like the developer commentary. I was like, oh my God, I was eating great. But yeah, it's cool. It's just, it's a time thing. It's a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of choose your lane ultimately. Like, I'm very lucky to be able to do both, but it doesn't require very much of me, really. Like, it would be cool to incorporate you guys into what we do at Lilymo, but I just don't think I don't think you guys have a true passion for old school games like we do, which is fine. And I also think that there would be nothing for you to really do, it's just such a small little thing. Maybe we would graduate in quotes one day to like a 32-bit game or something that would be a little bit more ambitious or whatever, but I don't think so. I want to keep making 8-bit games. I mean, I really want to make 8-bit and 16-bit games only forever. And that's where I feel comfortable. But I'm glad everything's resonating with people. So I wanted to say this. Actually, I'll answer this first. Marco Bruno wrote in and said, "Hi, Colin and friends," because it's funny. Congrats to Lilimo on the reveal of SSSOS. It looks swell. Oh, by the way, the name. Saint Slayer Spear of Sacrilege. Everyone's like, Colin loves
S's.
Alliteration. And I'm like, I didn't name the game. Like, I didn't come up. So we had two names for the game, either that other people came up with, Saint Slayer or Spear of Sacrilege. And my idea was like, just put them together. The series could be called Saint Slayer and the game could be called Spear of Sacrilege. I didn't even think twice about that until everyone's like, oh, it's alliteration. I'm like, oh, fuck me. Anyway, he says, it looks swell and the demo is on my Steam account ready to be played. My question is for Colin. How did you land on the name Rudiger for the game's protagonist? So when I was writing the game, I don't think this is all in the intro, the demo. First of all, there's a demo on Steam. So go check it out. And wishlist the game, please, on Steam. It's very important for us that you do that. Mr. Lebowski asked me to repeat that. Please wishlist the game on Steam. So I was writing the idea of the game and I wanted to set it in the Holy Roman Empire and all this. And then I literally just went on Google and started Googling what were the most common names in the Holy Roman Empire, specifically in Nuremberg or whatever, in the 1690s or during the War of the Great Alliance or whatever. And that was one of the names. So that's how I came up with it. It was literally that easy. I was like, I don't know what to name him. Friedrich. I don't know what to name him. So the game is about, and I wonder if you guys think this sounds cool. I don't know. I think it sounds cool because I wrote it. It's about, so the War of the Grand Alliance ends, that's in the 1690s. And there's a farmer named Rudiger that lives in Elsheim, which is a town, a city in the Holy Roman Empire. And he was a soldier kind of conscripted into the war. And then he's coming home and he's finally getting back into the motions of being a farmer and kind of tending to his land and being with his family or whatever. And then at the nearby church, there's this situation that runs amok. And so he gets kind of sucked back into the battle, into this different battle. So he doesn't get much time to rest. But the game's ultimately about a rogue Catholic priest who is stealing relics, holy relics, for unknown purposes. And the first relic he goes for and fails to get is the Spear of Sacrilege, the spear that killed Jesus, purportedly. If you don't know your New Testament, Jesus is on the crucifix or whatever and is basically dead. And then a Roman soldier stabs him in the ribs. And that's when, Dustin, you know better than me, that's when the earthquake happens, right? And
right.
All the rest. So if you're not into Catholic lore, and why would you be? Catholics are obsessed with relics. They save people's bodies. They save their skulls, anything that they might have touched. And if you go to almost any, not so much in the United States, but if you go to European churches, a lot of them are built around a specific relic, a claim of having something. And it's probably not real. There are many churches that claim they have a piece of the cross. There are many churches that claim they have a piece of the crown. There are many churches that claim they have the spear or whatever, piece of cloth, whatever it might be. And then as time goes on, it's this is the saint of this area. And now he's buried here and that's our relic and that kind of shit. The Catholic priest, Pacer, in the game thinks that maybe these could be used to wield some power. And I like that. What I wanted to do was no vampires. This disappointed Brad a lot. Instead, I wanted to lead into the supernaturalism of religion. And that's the one thing that Castlevania kind of teetered on, but never really gets into. And a lot of that comes from the fact that a lot of those early games were scrubbed because in the United States that we weren't allowed to that's why the cross weapon is called a boomerang. I mean, it is a boomerang, but it's a fucking cross. It's a fucking cross. The holy water it's holy water. It's so it's that's the cool shit. I think religious horror is so fun and scary.
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
That's what makes, what is I was going to say Poltergeist, but Exorcist. That's a truly fucking scary movie. Where it's the priest and there are priests and Catholic priests, you can read all about it. And I have, because I've been doing all this. There are many Catholic priests that believe in exorcism and believe in supernaturalism, metaphysics. So That's what the game's about, even though it looks like it's a game that took place in 1989. And I'm sure I've watched a few people play it and they just skip the text. So it's like, okay, good. Fair enough. All right. So thank you all out there. Saint Slayer, Spear of Sacrilege will come to all platforms in 2026, but we are focusing on the PC launch. Or the PC version now. They'll all launch at the same time. The PC version on Steam, download the demo, play it, let us know what you think. And please wishlist it over there. That's very helpful for us if you wishlist the game. So that's it. All right. And then sweet Jesus Christ, them hogs be oinkin', Ronan.
Goodness.
And it said, Colin, when should we expect more of the great adventures of Colin Montgomery and the lands between? The 2 recent streams have been the most fun I've had watching Sacred streaming thus far. If you beat Elden Ring on stream, I'll up my subscription to the $10 tier and buy 20 stickers. Thanks and keep oinking them hogs. God damn it. Wow. He's really into it. We'll be back to it. I don't know when, but I'm struggling. Like, should I, first of all, I have no time to play it off stream, but should I be playing it off stream? Or should it just be a thing that slowly happens over time?
Right.
I don't know. I think the more the human mind works such that if I play it like once every 1 or 2 weeks, it will remain kind of in the ether, my mind's ether. And I'll remember how to play it and probably get better at it, actually. But it would be nice to play it more often. But I mean, I don't know when. And again, playing it off stream, I could do that. But I feel like it's kind of not the point. Right?
Right.
But do we really want to do this like potentially 60 to 100 times? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. As long as maybe we just run it until the audience tells us to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because people are very into it. So
they are. And it's fun. I'm enjoying it. I feel like I'm playing a lot better this time, but I don't really know why. The advice is good. The direction is good, but I also feel like I remember it being harder than this. And I'm not saying it's easy. I've died like 15 times, but it's not as hard as I remember it being. I will say
I'm wondering, because you were telling me about like at what point you were at certain things, if you were either going to areas that you probably weren't ready for. I mean, did you upgrade your weapon at all the first time you played?
I don't think I did. I think that's the one thing I didn't do.
I mean, that would make a big difference.
It is a really obtuse system, man. It's like really the smithing stones and like you've kind of, there's a lot of reading you got to do to kind of like, it's not intuitive. The game itself is intuitive, but like the underlying systems are not quite, they're a little bit, they're a little bit obscured. And so like, it's very easy to miss like really serious things. It reminds me of like when I beat the entirety of oh my God, Shadow of the Colossus without realizing that the salamanders increased your stamina.
Right.
So like I just didn't I was like I just thought they were just like background, like, oh cool, like, it's a nice little flourish. They have like life by the trees. That's neat. And so I just went through the whole game with like level 1 stamina. I was like, it was so hard. And I was like, this is kind of like, this is awesome, but like this is very poorly tuned, whatever the fuck this is. And I was like, oh, I'm so stupid. But it doesn't tell you that. As far as I know, like that game doesn't tell you that, And those From Software games are kind of like that. I do think Elden Ring is like, from my experience, like the easiest one. Only because if you get stuck on something, you just go somewhere else. And that's like a lot of the issue with a lot of other FromSoft games is that like you're kind of locked into your path, or at least the ones that I remember playing, But people are liking it. I say go for it until people tell you to stop.
Yeah, we'll do it, every few, couple weeks, few weeks. I mean, we're gonna have to. I don't know what we're gonna do. All right, but thank you guys. We appreciate your support over there. And remember, the VODs for the Monday streams are on Patreon. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Prize Picks. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Don't miss any of the excitement this sports season. On Prize Picks, whether you're a football fan, a basketball fan, or both, it always feels good to be right. Download the Prize Picks app now and use the code SACRED to sign up and get started. My friends, have you heard of Prize Picks? It's a novel new way to play alongside your favorite sports, picking lineups of players and seeing how it translates in the real world. Not quite unlike, say, fantasy football. Oh, and if you're a gaming nerd, and you are since you're listening to our show, the CEO of the company is Mike Ybarra, the ever outspoken former president of publishing and development megalith Blizzard. So that's kind of cool. Anyway, here's how Prize Picks works. While you can focus in on the NBA or the NHL or a bunch of other sports and leagues, Let's aim at our beloved NFL as an example. For an upcoming week of football, you'll pick between 2 and 6 real-life players, and with each, you'll delve into a more or less situation. So let's say you go with 3 players. You think Jonathan Taylor will run for more than 100 yards, Patrick Mahomes will throw for fewer than 350 yards, and Devonta Smith will score fewer than 1.5 receiving TDs. All you do is lock those picks in on the PrizePicks app, and then see how it plays out. Heck, you can even bet on the same player up to 3 times. Let's say Justin Fields to throw fewer than 1.5 TDs, to throw less than 100 yards, and to rush for fewer than 50 yards. If your picks are right, you can cash in, and perhaps the most interesting part of PrizePicks is that you can use their so-called flex play functionality, where you can win even if you lose one of your picks, hedging by lowering the ceiling but raising the floor. PrizePicks is available in more than 40 American states. It accepts Apple Pay, Venmo, and much more, and for the financially responsible among us, it's a fun and potentially rewarding way to keep things interesting while watching the sports we love. Download the PrizePicks app today and use the code SACRED, that's SACRED, to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code SACRED to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Cash App. The scammers are getting more and more desperate every day to get your hard-earned money. Between scam calls, texts, DMs, marketplace listings, even the most careful among us could slip up. Thankfully, you don't have to rely on just yourself, and that's why I use Cash App. When you get the Cash App card, not only do you get access to a ton of perks and benefits like exclusive early access to nationwide concert presales or discounts on popular brands, but you also have extra security with the power to instantly lock or unlock your card right from your phone in just one tap. If a suspicious transaction pops up in your card, Cash App has your back by automatically declining the purchase and sending you a heads up to confirm if it's you or not. Behind the scenes, you can rest assured knowing your account balance is protected by 24/7 fraud monitoring. Spend with peace of mind today and order a Cash App card in the app or at cash.app/card. For a limited time, new Cash App customers can earn $10 if they use code SECURE10 in their profile at signup and send $5 to a friend within 14 days. Terms apply. Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partner. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Discounts and promotions provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcasts for full disclosures.
All right, let's get into a few topics of discussion, then we'll get into the show itself. There's actually a lot of news this week, so we have a lot to get through. Some interesting things are happening in our industry, of course, but let's start here. Cam Darcy wrote in and said, "Hello, CDC. Just a quick note from me. 2 days ago, I lost my grandfather due to pneumonia. This man was my role model growing up, and I'm still in shock of my loss. But you boys have been there for me as these past late nights as I've been grinding the Yotei Platinum while listening to Last Stand, trying to take my mind off of the passing of a great man. Appreciate you all. Especially you, Colin, as I've been following your podcast journey since I was 14 years old now, and I'm 27. You really have made an impact on my life." That's very nice of you to say. I'm sorry to hear about your grandfather. You're so lucky at 27 to have so much time with your grandfather. I've said this before on the show because it comes up every once in a while. Like, I never knew my dad. My dad's dad died when I was like 10 or whatever, but I didn't know him really. It was weird. I just didn't know him very well. And then my other grandfather died, my mom's dad, who I was pretty close to when I was 12. And it's kind of shitty to not have grandparents as an adult. And I look at my nieces and nephews and think they're so lucky to have my parents around still to hang out with and stuff. I wish I still had that. So I know that loss is tough. Where are you at, guys, on grandparents out of your 4? So all 4 of my grandparents have been dead for 20 years. My grandma, my mom's mom, was the last one to die. She died in 2004, I want to say. My dad's mom died when he was a kid. I never knew her. And my 2 grandfathers died in the 90s. So I've been going without and my grandma that died in 2004 was completely senile. She had no idea who anyone was. So it's been since the 90s that I've felt that grandparent feeling. Right. Chris, are your grandparents alive?
Yeah. Such a funny
segue.
Yeah,
excuse me.
My grandmother, I believe, on my dad's side is still here. She's in Florida, and my great grandfather's still around.
Whoa.
And he's
Nice.
he's in Puerto Rico. They're doing something in Puerto Rico. I don't know what it is. Puerto Rico, where like
Found
people
the
are just like
youth.
living forever. It's very strange. But that's really, and my grandfather died when I was like very young. I can't even remember. Like I might have been like 5 or something. And then my grandmother was more like 2012. But like the grandparents that are still around, like I don't really know that well. Like I haven't seen them in a very long time. I used to spend a lot of time with them when I was like maybe when I was in elementary school and stuff like that. And my great grandparents, like I only ever saw when I went to Puerto Rico. And the last time I went to Puerto Rico was I might have been 8, maybe, which is crazy. But
Puerto Rico.
I don't know. I it's been a while since I've felt that, but I do remember like it's weird. I remember feeling kind of guilty for not feeling, because I've had people die in my life where it was just like, it was really like deeply damaging. But then when my grandparents passed away, it was less so. And I remember feeling kind of guilty that it wasn't as bad. Like I didn't feel as bad, but it's kind of like, I don't know, you expect certain things and there usually is kind of a lead up. You kind of know in advance, barring like some crazy tragedy, it's just like a freak accident. But you kind of, you know where things are kind of going generally. And so you have time to kind of steel yourself a little bit. It's kind of like when your dog starts to, slow down and you're like, this sucks. But like, I'm like, I know what's happening. So it's been a while, like over a decade since I've like felt that feeling. It's a rough feeling.
Yeah. Dustin,
Yeah.
are your grandparents still alive?
Yes. Well, mostly 3 out of my 4 are alive, but my
That's good. That's good.
My dad's dad died long before I was born. He died like when my dad was just I think he was like 10.
Oh, interesting. That's so interesting. That's sad.
So, but yeah,
does he like talk about him or anything?
Yeah. I mean, I think they had an interesting relationship because I think my dad knew his dad was very deeply flawed, but he still loved him anyway. So, but yeah, interesting dynamic. But my grandparents, I'm kind of blessed in this way with my parents having me so incredibly young that my grandparents are not that old. So it's been nice. I mean, my mom's mom is almost like a second mom to me because I was a baby living in her house because my mom was 16. So yeah, we're very close with them. They're actually my mom's parents are stopping by sometime tomorrow to see us.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, very nice.
Cool. Well, Cam, I'm glad you got so many years with your grandfather, and I'm sorry for your loss. Keep your head up. Sweet Baby Ray wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, last Saturday I was out running errands with my wife, Haley. We have been married for 17 years, and out of nowhere, she offers to listen to Sacred Symbols with me. I'm usually one of the responsible listeners who avoids forcing the show on my innocent spouse, but she says, quote, I don't mind it. The way those guys talk about video games is conversational, end quote. So now I am wondering, is my wife the absolute coolest, or is our marriage possibly in some sort of danger? Is there actually hope for women who hear the first off-the-wall hour of the show to stick around? Also, my 13-year-old son, Solomon, nice name, was introduced to you guys through the Elden Ring streams, and now he thinks Colin is the coolest guy ever. How can this be? I love you, and I mean it. That is strange. No one's ever, by the way, no one has ever called me cool, really. On Twitter, I've literally never, ever been told this in my life. Like, people have called me everything you could possibly imagine, right? And I was like staggered. Someone said I was Pollyanna-ish.
What
and I was
mean?
like,
what did you just say?
Pollyanna, like overtly positive and glowing about everything.
I can earnestly say I've never heard that word in my life.
Yeah, Pollyanna.
Pollyanna?
Pollyanna. Do you know that
I've
term?
never heard it.
Really?
Nope.
That's it.
I'll make sure I'm getting it right.
I feel like this is this feels like the end of the O'Reilly Factor, where I learn a.
Oh, right. Yeah, dude, that's so fucking obscure that you remember that.
Hey, man. I'm cultured.
Pollyanna, an excessively cheerful or optimistic person. It's Pollyanna.
Yeah, wow. I've never. That's a good word,
dude.
But anyway, like, dude, I've never been called, like, no one has ever said that to me. Like, you're a Pollyanna.
Some of these drive-by tweets, dude. I love drive-by tweets. Like people that are like, oh, because I've done, some of my recent videos. They're like, oh, you must be crying as an Xbox fanboy right now. I'm like,
oh yeah, people say shit to me all the time. I'm like, what are you talking about?
I posted about Lily Mo's new game, and I said I'm so impressed with the team's work. Someone responded like, actually, it's just one guy. I was like,
okay.
Oh,
right.
Thanks for letting me know.
Just one guy.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck all of us. There's really 4 people working on it, so it's not that big.
Right.
All right. Let's see here. Oh, as far as your marriage is concerned.
Oh.
I mean, it's maybe a good sign, maybe an ominous sign. I don't know. She might be looking for a way out.
Yeah, this is probably the most grueling way out, I think, is to sit through hours and hours of a podcast that you're not even remotely interested in, just to build up a reasonable story.
Right. Well, right. It's like, all right, let's assume you don't have a prenuptial agreement. And then she's kind of planning. She is thinking, like, maybe I don't want to do this anymore. So she's trying to hear the thing or imbibe the thing that's like, and she's in court or she's with whatever. And she's like, oh, he was listening to this fucking podcast, and they're like, when did you know it was over? And they're like, and they were like the 15th conversation about Arc Raiders. Couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think, let me just say this. I love, he says, oh, she says, I don't mind it. I love that review of Sacred Symbols. Sacred Symbols, I don't mind it.
Right.
It's a great,
I don't mind it.
A ringing endorsement.
I don't
mind.
It.
This is going to sound sexist, but saying I don't mind it from a wife is potentially very loaded depending on the tone.
Right.
Now, it does say that she offered to listen to Sacred Symbols. And if we're in the entrapment, theory that Colin's talking about, maybe she knows there's offensive things and she's waiting for him to oh, he laughed when Colin made a gay joke. And so now that gives me a reason to tear into him or something. But I don't know. She said that she thinks it's conversational. Maybe this could be, we have such a negative outlook. Maybe this could be positive.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Unlikely.
Well, speaking of that, Depression Man wrote in and said, hey, fellas, depressed, yes?
I
would say depressed.
Yeah.
I would say it's definitely not the opposite. I'm not thrilled.
You're not elated.
Yeah, I'm certainly very far from elated, but I wouldn't say depressed either. Depressed is a very specific thing. I feel like people use it too often. We joke about it, I guess, but I do think people use it when it's like you're just kind of bummed out. Depression is actually a thing that you can quantify. I think.
Well, certainly I was diagnosed as depressed, but because I was always like, oh, I'm just anxious, and then it was Dr. Rosenblatt, God bless him, right? He was like, it's a manifestation of your depression. And I'm like, well, I think I've just, I also think it means that the people look at depression and they're like, it means that you live live in bed and you're fucking just, cast out and can't do anything and can't function. I'm like, that's some depression for sure for people, but not really. It's a disposition. And I think that's what I've realized over time about myself is that I'm so used to being, I think this is for all of us. I'm so used to being me. This is how I feel, at some point it's like, this is me. So depressed, probably. I mean, I am, I guess, clinically, but I feel good. I feel fine. Again, I think it's about an outlook and a disposition towards life than anything else.
Yeah.
But I also agree with you. People overuse the word, and I think I really believe in mental health services and all that kind of stuff. I think it's great. However, I also believe that it is vastly overtapped and overused and leaned upon. There are way too many people on medication, way too many people on all these things. I think comparable to where people were 10, 20, 30 years ago. And I'm like, I don't know if that's really all mental health issues. It's got to be some over medication. That's in the United States. It's we over medicate on everything. Look at all the heavier people you see now that are skinnier. I was thinking about this recently with what is it? Why can't I think of the name?
Ozempic,
Ozempic, right?
Yeah.
And I was saying to Micah the other day, I was like, I feel bad for people that are, I don't want to say doing it the right way. It's a great tool, but like everyone just assumes that about you now if you've lost weight.
Right.
And there are some people that really have done it, quote unquote, the hard way, and they're never going to get credit for it. Everyone's just going to think they have Ozempic body. I'm waiting for the Ozempic is really cool, but it's too good to be true. I'm telling you, there's going to be some shit that comes out about Ozempic in like 10 years. Like everyone that uses it grows like a third testicle or something, you know?
Ozempic, it only like if you don't continue to take it.
Yeah, I think you have to take it forever. I think that's true. Well, I guess
if you will lose all the weight, but Ozempic curbs appetite.
Right,
so
you'll
it's
just
like,
eat like normal again. Right.
Yeah, if your mindset if you haven't shifted your mindset, because I was curious about people like, because I thought like you, like, yeah, this is going to mess people up. I watched a YouTube video of a guy that talked about it, and he was like, if you can change your mindset, you can get off it and remain thin. But if you just go back to eating like crazy, then it's not going to do anything.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. It's an awesome tool. I think it was for people that like were, I think, pretty badly overweight though, and then it just kind of got absorbed by everyone. Famously, like people that needed it couldn't find it and shit like that for a while because people
like
were
diabetes people.
Yeah, diabetes.
Isn't that what it was originally for?
Right, I think so. And
diabetes people.
Diabetes people. Oh boy.
You people.
What's wrong with you people?
Diabetes.
Wilfred
Brimley.
Oh yeah,
somebody I know by name, even though like I can't remember like very important people.
Dude, he's in isn't he in The Thing? And he's like in his 30s or something or 40s, and he looks like he's about to fucking like people just look so old.
Right off the rip. You're old.
Yeah, like you see people, it's like this is a 28-year-old. I'm like, what?
That guy looks 50. It is funny, like I always see like that it's so strange to look at, but like George Costanza being 29 in the pilot,
right,
of Seinfeld, and you're like, oh my god. Or like you know Jonathan Banks, he plays oh my god, he plays a bunch of different Mike Ehrmantraut in Breaking Bad, the bald,
yeah.
Old guy.
I know. Oh yeah, here's an old picture of him.
Dude, he's looked up there for a while. Like I saw him in Gremlins. He plays a cop in Gremlins, and I'm like, oh my god,
interesting.
That 40-year-old looks like he's 58.
He's got his nose is so distinct. Yeah, like in all of the pictures of him being old, like that's the commonality in the pictures of him young and the pictures of him old. Yeah, he's awesome. He's great.
He's great, but he's also in like a PSA about like puberty from like the 60s or something.
Jesus Christ.
It's very strange because you see him and it's just like he's clearly like maybe like 20 at most, but he's got the hairline of somebody who smoked for 40 years. Like it's very bizarre. Like it's a strange thing to see. I don't know. It's all the asbestos and lead that was around, I guess.
Oh my god, dude! Everyone was. I was reading something about the Victorian era and the green. We've definitely talked about this. Like wallpaper was really big in the Victorian era, and green, specifically the green ink, was made of arsenic.
Oh, sick! Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there's like this theory that basically everyone was fucked up. Like it was basically like just for like a little while, which is the same thing with lead, where like everyone had lead poisoning. Like everyone had lead poisoning.
Yeah.
Shane Gillis has a bit about George Washington's lead teeth.
Oh yeah.
Making him
some crazy
nuts.
person.
Yeah, because George Washington was nuts. That's like one of the great things about him is he. I mean, not in a bad way. Like he was bold. You know, like think about the Delaware crossing. Like even just think about that through that lens that he's actually like fucked up. Where he's like, we're gonna cross this river on Christmas, and we're gonna kill these motherfuckers in their sleep. Yeah, you know, that was unheard of in the 1770s. Like no one did that shit. That was considered ungentlemanly and crazy. You know, and he's like, no, we're gonna fucking kill these dudes, and we did it.
Yeah.
And the most famous painting in American history is him crossing that river about to assassinate these dudes.
Yeah, and it's painted so elegantly, but it's like he's probably like hunched over like Schmeagol or something like or whispering to himself. The fact that he had lead teeth is crazy. Like, understand that lead poisoning happens with very little exposure to lead in comparison to having it constantly digested in your mouth.
Yeah, he's sucking on it like a lifesaver.
Yeah. He was definitely speaking to like there was like a lead goblin mask always in his vicinity, like whispering crazy shit. It's like, kill those people on Christmas. Kill them on Christmas. And he's like, okay, all right, yeah.
My favorite, it's not even a really like a favorite story, but I always love the vision of during the Whiskey Rebellion, which happens in George Washington's first term. He rode at the head of the column as the president of the United States. That's fucking badass.
Yeah.
That's like, it would be kind of cool if we had a commander president like that again.
Yeah.
You know, that like we like invaded Iraq and then he was like in the first tank and they were playing Welcome to the Jungle on fucking massive loudspeakers and he was going off like that's. There's a cool vision to that. Feeling that.
Well, there's
put yourself on the line.
There is a nobility to that, like being like, all right, I'm going to send other people to war. I should go.
Right, exactly. He wanted to go.
I don't want to cross the Delaware. My bone spurs are acting up. Everybody else cross. You kill them on Christmas.
You kill them. All right.
Fucking crazy. All right.
Brad crying in the bathroom at a Persona concert wrote in and said, Dustin, cover your ears. Colin, should we be at all concerned that Brad is being coerced by the power imbalance in his relationship with Dustin? The EP of your company says he's coming into town to attend some jar-filling weeb festival and he expects you to join him. How is he supposed to say no to that without fear of reprisal? Brad might need your protection here. Okay, all done, Dustin. Dustin?
Oh, I wasn't listening. Sorry, I had my ears covered. No.
Yeah.
This is the assumption that I have any power at all. I've said this before on the show. Let me remind everybody. I was given the title of executive producer. Colin was sitting, rolling a joint at his kitchen table and was like, well, now that you're doing more than editing, why don't we give you a new title? How about executive producer? I said, okay. That was it. Do I have any executive authority over anybody? Maybe some of them think. Maybe Brad thinks I have authority over him. I don't know.
This is a monarchy.
I don't know what my authority is. I'm always finding that out. I'm always pushing the limits.
You're like the regent.
Dustin's like, I'm coming to LA, and Brad's like,
Now the concert's in LA, right?
Correct.
And so you're going to be staying in Irvine?
Correct.
So you'll drive up. So you the three of you can get together probably for dinner or something. Do something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. You said it was in Hollywood, so that's not.
It's the Dolby Theater, right?
Correct. Yes.
That is a really nice theater.
It is.
I'm excited to go to it.
Even the far away like balcony seats, like the ones that you would imagine are like really far away, are like pretty good. Like I've seen a couple shows there, and it's surprisingly small. Like surprisingly like compact, and you get to. I remember I went to a Meatloaf concert a long ass time ago in like Kingston, New York. I don't know why I just remember this, but like we had like back row seats, and you needed like those opera binoculars,
right?
To see,
yeah,
like that. From our perspective, that might as well have been an impersonator, and we would have no idea. It was a couple days before he like fell on stage. If you remember that, like there was like that weird thing where he like collapsed on stage, and I'm like, damn it,
Meatloaf. That's interesting. I never saw him.
So
I mean, it's Meatloaf.
I definitely want to get together with Chris, but at the same time, also, I've had numerous listeners reach out to me asking which concert we're going to. I would like to do some kind of mini get together based on how many people have messaged me about being there.
A little meetup.
But I don't know. First of all, I don't have any money to spend on like a space for it. So we just got to go somewhere. In Hollywood, apparently. So I have to do some... maybe if you're from that area and you have an idea for something like that. In fact, even better, if you want to organize that, take that off my plate so we could do that. That would be great. But I'm open to the idea of a little last stand get together because so many of you are going to, as this write-in mentioned, the jar filling weeb festival. So,
well, have fun.
Yeah, we'll have a meetup. We'll have an unofficial meetup in Skid Row.
Dude.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, sick. You can go live out your old E3 memories. Since you got to walk through Skid Row to get to fucking E3.
I have done that. Dude, LA is so crazy. You'll be at a nice hotel and then you walk a block and a half and you're scared.
It's crazy that it's like one strip. Like it's very weird. Like it's very eerie the way it like. It's almost like they have like if they wander too far, there's like a return to battlefield kind of countdown. And it's like, oh, I gotta get back. I gotta get back to the street.
Dude, where they do play days, which I'm not allowed to disclose where they do the Summer Game Fest play days.
Right, yeah.
Really?
No, yeah. Well, they don't want people showing up
Oh,
trying to
okay.
get in.
That's so funny.
So they ask you not to disclose it. You don't want to be walking around there. You walk into Playdays and everything's great and nice, but you step outside. It's like the Hunger Games, honestly. So
Yeah,
be
IGN
careful.
used to put us up in like literally in the arts district is right there, which is like bordering on downtown LA and all of the rest. And it's like, man, this is they didn't give a fuck about, like, it's actually crazy. Like, it's like, you don't give a fuck about us. Like where you're sending us to stay. You're definitely not sending like the sales girls there or like any of the marketers there. You're sending only the editors, and then we wouldn't get invited to our own party. It was funny. Like the corporate side
You
of
don't get
IGN like,
invited to your own
hated
party?
the editors. Oh yeah, like, I think we embarrassed them. You know,
That's crazy.
that was always my vibe. I mean, that was like well-known thing. I don't know if it's still like that. Well, there's really no editor. Like I don't even know who the editors are at IGN anymore. But like,
Yeah.
we were like a ragtag group of like 25 dudes, a couple girls usually, and
Yeah.
I don't think they wanted much to do with us. I think they thought we were great for the business, but bad for the optics of the business at a party.
Yeah.
I told you that I have a memory of like my first holiday party at IGN. Fox owned us, so it was the Fox Interactive Media party, and I wore like a nice hoodie, but like a hoodie in like just to like because it was cold out or whatever. It was like an Etnies hoodie, and someone was like, "Who wears it?" Like one of the MySpace guys was like, "Who wears a hoodie to a?" Like I heard him say like, "Who wears a hoodie to a holiday party?" And I'm like, how is it getting laid off 3 years later from MySpace? And on that note, that was pretty mean. I'm sorry. That wasn't mean. Those guys were assholes. We ended up absorbing their whole building, actually, when they left, when they were gone.
Shout out to Tom.
Tom, yeah. I'd never met. I mean, that was Tom had already sold, obviously, to Fox. I'm pretty sure this is true that Fox paid more for IGN than they did for MySpace. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Are they the ones that ruined it?
What'd you say?
Like, did MySpace ruin itself, or was Facebook so much better?
Yeah, Facebook was very powerful. Like MySpace by 2007, 2008 was pretty much done. You know,
Yeah.
It's interesting. MySpace was kind of cool looking back on it, actually. But
yeah,
I was
I don't
glad
know
when it
much
was
about
dead because I think the simplicity of Facebook was welcome. But then you look back at like all the customization and all the interesting things and the music scene and everything.
Well, it became a music thing after that.
Right. Yeah, it literally did. Yeah. Because my band in college, we had a MySpace page, and it was cool. Like you'd play a little show, and then you would tell people to join you on MySpace, and then you would see the people actually coming and like listening to the music. And maybe it's nostalgia talking. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
by the time I started working at IGN full time, like MySpace was already dying, and those guys were, we basically ended up moving into their building at some point because they had an awesome real estate in San Francisco. Anyway. All right, let's get into the news. Quite a bit to get through this week, if I do say so myself. And I do say so myself. All right. I wanted to just say this real quick. We don't have any news on this yet. This is happening at the time that we're recording. We'll probably have more clarity on this for next week's episode. But it's been widely circulated, and I have the Insider Gaming story up here because they actually have more information on it. But it's widely circulated that Ubisoft has basically halted trading of their stock. It's very unusual. They released a statement saying postponement of H1 FY 2025-26 results announcement. And they say, quote, Ubisoft announces the postponement of the release of its results for the first half of the fiscal year 25-26. Ubisoft has requested Euronext to halt trading of its shares and its bonds from the market opening on November 14th until the publication of its first half 25-26 results in the coming days. Ubisoft will inform the market of the date in which the trading will restart. This is strange, not unheard of, but unusual, and signals that something is happening with Ubisoft. Now, it's not a massive surprise. We already know about Tencent's involvement with them and spinning off Assassin's Creed and Tom Clancy and all the rest. But Insider Gaming has this piece from Ubisoft CFO Frederick Duguet, who says, quote, hello, everyone. I wanted to let you know that we are taking extra time to finalize the closing of the semester, and as a result, we will publish our first half earnings results in the coming days instead of tonight. Due to legal regulations, we cannot share more information with you at this time. To limit unnecessary speculation and market volatility during this short delay, we have asked Euronext to suspend the trading of our stock until the results are announced. We know this is likely to raise questions and drive media coverage. I encourage you all to listen to the conference call, which will be available via the investor section of our site just after the results are released so that you have a more detailed view of our earnings. Thank you for understanding. Interesting. It's not even worth speculating on, because by the time people hear this, it might already be solved. But just wanted to throw that out there. Do you guys have anything you want to say about this? What do
I know you
happening?
just said it's not worth speculating, but I honestly have like no clue. What are the potential outcomes?
Their earnings are, if they
bad?
need more time to study their earnings, maybe something was seriously wrong in their numbers that they figured out. There could be some sort of investment outside, new outside investment. Things could be really bad. I don't know. I don't know. But it sounds like the way they're writing internally, and they must have known that this was going to leak. So like the postponement announcement is public, but the leak of the email, the internal email, they must have known that was going to happen. But they make it seem like the delay, what he's basically saying in so many words is like, us delaying this is going to cause speculation. And I don't mean speculation as far as like us speculating. I mean like the ability of people to kind of come onto the market and fuck with the stock, either drop it or buy it and distort earnings or whatever. And so, but he's saying, he's using the term in terms of like media speculation and then market volatility. So it could literally just be nothing, like we just need more time, but it's unusual. Like your finance people are working on these reports pretty much in perpetuity. It's not like something that just sneaks up on you. So I wonder what's going to happen. It's nervous. If I worked at Ubisoft, especially not on Assassin's Creed, not on Far Cry, not on Rainbow Six, I'd be very nervous about what's happening. All right. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But the big news that I wanted to really begin with was that PlayStation 5 has turned 5 years old. And it's crazy, man. Like the time has flown. It doesn't feel like it, that it's been 5 years. It never does, I guess. I wondered if we had any reflections on it, good or bad or indifferent, and where we stand now. I thought I would share some interesting data. Matt Piscatella on Blue Sky from the Circana Group shared some information about the United States and PlayStation 5. He writes, PS5 is the second fastest selling PlayStation device in US history, trailing only PS2 with 26.7 million units sold through October 14th. Or October 4th. So that would be a third of cumulative units sold in the United States. And he also shared the top 10 best-selling PS5 games by money. So it's Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Spider-Man 2, Modern Warfare 2, College Football 25, Modern Warfare 3, Hogwarts Legacy, God of War Ragnarok, Miles Morales, NBA 2K25, NBA 2K24. Interesting list. Not hugely surprising. PlayStation also released 5 years of play, the evolution of PlayStation 5, a little thing they put up on PlayStation blog, and they have some statistics here. A lot of it is marketing stuff. It's like, share has been used 1.6 billion times for 900 million hours. It's like, ugh.
Yeah.
I hate this fucking data, but they do share some interesting information. Otherwise, there are more than 7,500 PS5 games from 4,000 developers, 100 billion hours of gameplay, 40 billion trophies earned on PS5. The top, let's see here. By total playtime, the top three most played PS5 multiplayer games were Fortnite, GTA 5, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. The top three PS5 most played single player games are Assassin's Creed Valhalla in number 1, God of War Ragnarok, and Hogwarts Legacy. Dustin, reflections on PlayStation 5 as it turns 5.
Yeah, it's funny. I was looking, of course, the comments on the PlayStation blog rule. No one hates PlayStation more.
Oh, they hate them.
Than PlayStation blog commenters do.
What's funny is that you comment with your PSN name. So It's just so straight. It's so straight. Anyway.
And it has whether or not they subscribe to PlayStation Plus too.
Which they all do.
Yeah. It's funny looking back. I think there is a lot of sentiment that this generation has been not very good. I disagree. I understand the sentiment for the PlayStation first party super fans, but I look back at this generation. I'm like, man, a lot of things that I have always wanted are in this generation. The focus on high performance, 60 FPS, the fact that PlayStation 5 can also run some games beyond 60 FPS if you have a TV that does it. The moving away from a a hard drive to an NVMe drive with way faster loading times. And they've added a lot of awesome features too along the way. The Discord feature, while it's not something I use, it's very helpful for when I do have friends that play on PlayStation for something like Battlefield, that they can hop into our Discord call. And there's just been many, many, many awesome games so far this generation. If you look, from both PlayStation first party, but also third party, just in general. I think, Colin, you said on Twitter about something the other day that this generation has just been overwhelming with the amount of games that we want to play. And I think obviously it's a double-edged sword in some ways. We are not able to play everything, and there are things that are good that are going to fail because of that. But in general, it's never been, in terms of the quality of the content, overall, I think it's never been a better time. Not that there aren't negatives too. Like, this is the true live service generation where, it already started with PS4, but where it's like games like Fortnite are dominating and now starting to really affect how games are made and decisions behind what games are made and the monetization behind them. It hasn't all been good, of course, but I've been pretty pleased with PS5 so far, and I think it's been an awesome generation in general. Controversial take, I guess, to say that.
You got to speak from the heart. Chris, where are you at PlayStation 5 turning 5? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I understand where people are coming from, because I do kind of feel like it is cool to have the bells and whistles. It is cool to have like modern acceptable performance, like 60 frames minimum. Like, I think that's great. And arguably something that makes this generation a lot better than a lot of previous ones. But I do think in general, I think we're coming at it from the perspective of people who have lived through periods of time where technology was inherently interesting. And I feel like in the last 10 to 15 years, technology in general, not just video game consoles and whatever, but like, I feel like technology in general has become kind of stagnant and boring. And that kind of extends to how we feel about new machines and what they do. Like, it used to be that a new machine would do shit that like you would think of as inconceivable before. Or it would be like, oh man, going from the SNES to the PS1 is crazy. Or, you know, the PS2 to the 360 with like all the shit that like, oh, social media features built into the machine, wireless controllers, all this downloadable ecosystems. Like Xbox Live and PSN were social medias. Were social media sites in some sense. It was like, oh, friends lists and messages and all this shit. It was crazy. And so I think the similarity between generations since then has just led to a feeling of stagnancy where it might not be actually true on a deeper level, where we're like we do see SSDs and the elimination of loading screens and all this like really wild stuff that is really huge, but it feels less significant because the machines themselves aren't really as interesting as they used to be. Like, I was talking about this with a friend of mine. Like, I wonder if I would be as interested in technology, period, if I was born like in like 2015, just because like when I was a kid, like there was always like some weird bespoke gadget for every little thing that was like weird, and it had its own like weird quirk. It had its own weird design. You know, they were just like complete. Like, I remember when phones looked like there was not a phone that looked similar to one another. You know what I mean? There was like flip phones. There was like ones that opened to the side and like, oh, here's a keyboard, and then one that flips open. Just a lot of weird, interesting shit to kind of sink your teeth into, where it's like it's all a rectangle, you know? And I feel like that's somewhat true of like machines. It's like the PS5 is a PS4 with an SSD. It is. Like, there's really not that much different about it. And even the PS4 to the PS3, it's like things look better, but it's doing the same things. And so I think that kind of mentality, the feeling of that, the overall kind of sameness of technology and these machines lead to the generation feeling less memorable than it probably is if you were to look at the actual software. Because I feel like actually the last couple of years has been pretty amazing when it comes to like software that is released on these machines. I understand that there's like a whole thing about like, oh, well, you can get a lot of these games on the previous generation running worse. That leads to things feeling a little bit less unique as well. But I overall, like, I'm happy with the games that we've gotten this generation. I think there's been just a lot of groundbreaking shit, a lot of really cool, innovative things, even outside of the, outside of just the AAA. There's like a lot of indie stuff that's really cool. But I get where people are coming from if they're not like diving too deeply into it, because it does feel kind of samey.
I also agree with you guys that optically things don't look as good as I think they are in reality, because of the lack of exclusives and what people I think are increasingly trying to define PlayStation as. And I understand these definitions, and I also understand that we love and appreciate a lot of the exclusives from previous generations. But I think, and I've said before, that this generation feels more like PS1 or PS2 in the way it's handling games, in that both of those locations were both of those consoles were kind of the default location for a lot of games that would not necessarily bring you de facto exclusives, which was more common in the PS1 and PS2 era, because people were still, especially PS1, it was like, you really had to choose where you wanted to be. You couldn't, N64 games and PS1 games were radically different from each other. And you really had to choose your lane. And there was, crossover, but not really. I mean, there were a lot of games for one or the other, but they weren't driven by the first parties, really. And I think that's where people are kind of conflating things, where it's true that Gran Turismo was incredibly important for PS1, but really what drove PS1 were just everyone else's games. And I would say that that's actually even more true with PS2. PS2 had more exclusives, but actually a lot of the exclusives weren't incredibly relevant. We talk about that over and over again. London and Cambridge and all these teams kind of released things over and over again, and a lot of people didn't play Killzone. Certainly a lot of people didn't play Ghost Hunter or whatever, or Fantavision, or whatever the kind of games were coming out of first party. So for every Eco or Shadow of the Colossus you'd get a Grand Theft Auto 3, or like a truly defining game for the console. So I just feel like PS3 began to change the vision of PlayStation first party, because they started investing so much more in it, and there were really seminal games in that generation. And then PS4 obviously continued that trend. And I understand people have this reason to want that, but I think that that isn't the only thing that was important on those machines. And to pretend that that was true is really limiting your view of the reality on the ground when those generations were going on. So I guess what I'm saying in a long-winded way is what I've said in the past many times, which is I don't really care if a game is exclusive or not. I care if a game is good. And I would just argue that, again, it was really off of PlayStation until the PS3 generation, where exclusivity seemed more important, whether it was on Xbox and especially on GameCube and 64. Like, those were the exclusives machines. PS2 was supposed to be like, and PS1 and so on were like the democratized locations that games would end up. And PS5, that hasn't changed. Even if a game is still available on PC or Xbox, whatever, I get people's anger and disappointment that there's not more available. And I think Sony has dropped the ball, and I think that they are lucky that things are going so well. And I've said ad nauseum, imagine how good it could be if they were actually firing on all cylinders. They canceled a lot of games, they made a lot of bad investments, and they really hamstrung themselves this generation. But I feel like everything's still pretty great, just because I have a wider view of gaming than simply PlayStation published games. And those are some of the best games, but there's so many games. And it's what you said, Dustin. I noted on Twitter, it's like, I am overwhelmed. Like, I just accept every week, basically. It's like, I'm never getting to this game. This game looks cool. Never going to play it. It's a thing that didn't really have, even when I was circulating between consoles when I was younger, like, I didn't have that problem. In fact, like, you only kind of felt satiated if you had a GameCube and a PS2 and an Xbox, because you kind of needed one or the other over and over again. This would come out on this console. This would come out on this console. This would come out on this console. It's like, dude, 7,500 games on PS5. I'm not even saying half of them are worth your time. They're not. But there are more games worth your time on PS5 than there were cumulative games on a lot of consoles. And I will just challenge people, and it's not meant as an insult, but just more of a reality check, in my opinion. If there's nothing for you to play, if you can't find numerous games at any given time that you would love to spend your time with, I'm not sure you love the craft as much as you think you do. And that's okay. But I stand by the idea that this is a golden era, and it's a perpetual one. It's not like, oh, the PlayStation 5 is the golden era, or that's the golden space. No, it's just all of it. From PC to Nintendo to Xbox to PlayStation. It's like, dude, this is some serious cycling of games, to the point of my whole thesis that not even great games have any space to have oxygen anymore. No one talks about Silksong anymore.
Yeah.
Can you believe that? Like, there's no room. It's selling millions of copies. People love it, but on to the next, and on to the next, and on to the next. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what anyone wants. If anything, there's too many games, too much stuff coming out, too much choice, not from a capitalistic point of view, but just from a reality point of view of like, well, I don't know what you want me to do with all this. So I think PS5 just benefits from being in that space. Have they themselves driven things forward? Some of the hardware things they've done has been odd. The SSD is amazing. Load times are non-existent. Fast travel has been revolutionized. You know, all that kind of shit's awesome. But it's really just everyone putting their games on PlayStation. And that's perfectly fine with me. I mean, the sad reality is Sony can never release another game ever. And I would have more than enough to play. They could just be like, we're not making games anymore. Yeah. And that would be a bummer because they own some of the great studios in the world. But at the same time, it's like, I mean, I guess that's fine. In fact, that's kind of a relief. We don't have to account for your shit anymore. Now, you know, maybe I actually will play Yakuza. Calvin Kirstein wrote in, said, hey, fellas. Been a long time since I've written in, but I've not stopped listening. With the news that the PS5 has sold over 84 million units, I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on what the final sales numbers would be. With system sellers like Grand Theft Auto 6, Intergalactic, and Wolverine on the way, it's not a stretch to say that the PS5 could outsell the PS4 when all is said and done. I believe the PS4 sat at around 86 million units in its fifth year, so the PS5 is tracking fairly closely. Pretty impressive for a console that was hampered by material shortages at launch, thanks and keep up the great work, and was way more expensive. Right now, you could buy a PS4 for like nothing compared to like what you can get a PS5 for. That's the craziest thing, is just the legacy pricing of consoles. Certainly PS5 will get over 100 million units sold. We'll talk about the sales numbers in a little while, but could it get to like the 120-ish million with the PS4 sits at? Maybe. I mean, it's not, I don't want to say it's only, but it's only 35 million more units. And when you consider it's like no Grand Theft Auto yet, I don't want to be crazy, but that Grand Theft Auto itself might account for 5 to 8 million units. And I'm not saying game, I'm saying hardware.
Yeah.
College football was itself a huge hardware seller. Can you imagine? And it's not a huge surprise. College football is the 5th best-selling game in PlayStation 5's history. Very interesting. All right, we'll get into the numbers a little later, but I think it's safe to assume. And by the way, if you're keeping track, it is, PS5 is going to surpass PS3 next quarter. It's still the worst selling piece of PlayStation console hardware, which is funny. IGN wrote this like flame bait article I saw on Twitter that people were circulating, that it's like PlayStation 5 has outsold every Xbox hardware. There.
Yeah.
Ouch. Colin, I have a tiny bit of breaking news. Do you want to put it in here?
Yeah, sure, please.
Yeah. Just because I know people bring it up. They are from Rockstar officially. They are that Red Dead Redemption PS4 port from a little while back. They are porting it to PlayStation 5 on December 2nd, along with mobile as well. But it is going to have enhanced image quality, HDR support, resolutions up to 4K. But most importantly for the audience is that it's going to become part of the PlayStation Plus game catalog on December 2nd as well.
Nice.
So fuck your GTA 4 port. Your PS4 port that already ran at 60 FPS of Red Dead Redemption will now be a little bit nicer on PlayStation 5. And if you have, the game catalog, that's a nice little addition.
Cool. This is cool. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption. Will I ever go back and play the original Red Dead? I don't know. I just don't really know.
I would like to.
I never played Undead Nightmare. I never played that.
Me neither.
So maybe there's...
I heard it was really good, though.
Yeah, I heard it was good, too. I think IGN gave it a 10 when I was there. I think that was Christine Steimer that did that. Not a huge surprise. Yeah, Red Dead 1 was fun. I wrote the guide for it, actually. It was very late in my guide writing career. Okay, interesting news. Red Dead, welcome. game catalog. It seems like Rockstar and Sony are cozy enough for me to imagine maybe some sort of, I mean, if they have a GTA 6 bundle for PS5, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, maybe I said this earlier, I don't remember. If you own the PS4 version, you will get this update for free, so you can run a little bit nicer. I mean, imagine playing Red Dead Redemption on your phone.
No, I won't.
No.
Yeah,
I won't imagine that. Thank you.
Even if you have a backbone, like a proper controller support, don't play it on your phone. I don't care. The game deserves better than a 4-inch, well, I guess it's a 5-inch screen, whatever. Play this on a proper television set.
Play it on a television set, boy. So yeah, Red Dead. That's exciting. I mean, it's interesting. That 30 frames was a little strange.
I think they updated it because so many people complained that you could then play it at 60 FPS on the PS4. Well, on the PS5 with the PS4 version. So I'm curious what you're actually getting out of this PS5 version. I'm sure it will be a little bit better. But
yeah.
What is this? Sorry, I'm just clicking around. Oh. All right. Let's see here. All right. A couple of interesting pieces of news to get to here. Number one is the Horizon MMO has been revealed. NCSoft's Horizon MMO is called Steel Frontiers, a quote new MMORPG set in the Horizon universe. And they write, this is from the press release, by the way, renowned Korean developer and publisher NCSoft unveiled today its new global MMORPG Horizon Steel Frontiers at Korea's premier gaming conference G-Star 2025. Developed in collaboration with Guerrilla, Horizon and Killzone, a studio under Sony Interactive Entertainment, Horizon Steel Frontiers is an MMORPG based on the acclaimed Horizon universe. Set in the lands of the machine hunters known as the Deadlands, which as I understand is the southwest of the United States. The game builds on Horizon's signature hunting action gameplay while introducing advanced MMORPG systems, featuring deeply customizable combat and extensive player freedom. The title aims to deliver a distinct Horizon experience to players around the world. NCSoft has launched the official Horizon Steel Frontiers brand website, featuring the debut trailer, which we'll talk about in a moment, and developer interviews. The trailer highlights the world of Horizon Steel Frontiers, mechanical creatures, and large-scale battles unique to the game. Let's see here. Oh, that's just other stuff about other games that they're announcing. So there is a Horizon website. I don't know did you guys go to it? It's really fucking old school in that it just has like so much animation and you have to like wait for things to load and there's like loading bar. What is this, man? Let me click on shit. But there is an extensive website for Horizon Steel Frontier, so you guys can just go ahead and look that up. And it's interesting, the line in between Horizon and the subtitle for Zero Dawn and for Forbidden West, there was like a dash and then there was 2 dashes, which seemed like it was like 1 and then 2. That dash or that line in the logo for this says MMORPG. So I think that's kind of interesting. It looks really good, I think. The thing that I'm a little confused about is that it's on mobile, okay, and PC. No PlayStation 5 version of it. And in fact, it's not even going to be on Steam, I don't think. I think NCSoft's Purple platform is like a thing you download, I believe. I could be wrong on that, like its own launcher. So I don't really know what to make of all of this. I'm curious what you guys think. Chris, talk to me about Horizon Steel Frontiers. There is a 10-minute video, by the way, on their official YouTube channel if people want to check it out.
Yeah, it's interesting. It looks better than you would expect. I guess like a lot of people, well, certainly me, even though I know better, like my immediate default of like what I think of a mobile game is something like, Candy Crush or something. It's just like, I understand that games are capable. I understand that like Resident Evil 4 remake runs on iPhone or whatever, but like that's still the default thing to me. So seeing this is interesting because it does look like a real game, but that makes it all the more baffling that it's not on PS5. I wonder if like maybe this is such a leap. I mean, it looks good. It looks like there's a lot of production value put behind it, but I wonder if it's such a leap that they're maybe like they're launching it on PC on a bespoke launcher and on mobile specifically because they're separated markets and they can be used to maybe like gauge like, okay, let's get this out into the wild and see how people respond to it. And if it's positive, maybe they'll move forward with like a PS5 port. I could see that potentially. But I don't know. It's weird. Like, there are parts of this that look like really like Horizon, and then like you scroll a little bit later, and it's like, oh man, it's so clearly a Korean game. The character creator in particular is just like, bro, like these are just like they're all supermodels.
Yeah, there is a character creator, which is cool. You won't play as Aloy. I think it's funny, man, because like I wouldn't play this game. I don't want to play a Horizon MMO, but it makes a lot of sense to me, and I feel like it could do pretty well. I'm just confused by the platform choices. And Dustin, I was wondering if you had more insight into this. I mean, it could have something to do with that purple platform, which is maybe also running like I think the game is running seamlessly between the platforms, right? Between mobile and PC. And maybe there's just some sort of technical limitation. I also have a theory that, and Jason Schreier confirmed this, but I mean, I just know this intuitively because we've talked about it for so long. This is not really news to our audience, but this is not the Horizon multiplayer game. This is a totally different thing. And Jason reported something which I didn't know, although I guess it makes sense when you think about it, is like Guerrilla's next game will be the Horizon multiplayer game, not Horizon 3. So maybe they want to differentiate and just saturate two separate markets. However, and we're going to make this argument with the next game we're going to talk about too after this, I would just assume you'd want things default on PlayStation 5 because those are the people you're going to rely upon. Like, you can rely upon PlayStation players to try this. Everything else is added. And I would say even put it on an Xbox. So what are your thoughts on this?
I think that they're trying to appeal to that Korean, Asian market in general, where people are really into these much more in-depth phone games. I mean, that's what they did with Destiny Rising, where you have a full-fledged Destiny game that, ironically, some people are hotter on that currently than the current state of Destiny 2. But it's so funny. When I was watching this gameplay, I'm like, dude, this is exactly what we talked about the idea of a Horizon multiplayer game. And who knows, maybe it'll be like this game and like Guerrilla's Own. But I'm looking at parts of this gameplay, like around 8 minutes and 35 seconds. This is a Monster Hunter game. And that's exactly what I was saying I would hope that this would be, a Monster Hunter style game set in the world of Horizon. And they followed that very closely to a T. So much so that, Colin, I'm sorry, this looks more appealing to me than actual Horizon.
Yeah, I knew you were
at this point.
You have to insult Horizon somehow, right?
And dude, it's so funny looking at the comments because, dude, the comments are mad.
Yeah, they are.
Quote, do you guys not have phones? Ah, shit, here we go again. This does feel like that.
Someone wrote, do you not have PS5 dev kits over there? Which I think is funny.
Yeah. And dude, what's so funny, seeing the reaction to this, Sony it feels so like, obviously it's their live service initiative has been infinitely stupid in multiple ways. Not the push itself, but how they've done it, right? We've talked about that a million times. And then you see this, and I'm like, this is it. This game on consoles, and I think they would make so much money. Yeah. And they will make a lot of money off this game on phones.
Is there...
And
yeah, I'm sorry.
Their PC launcher. But I'm like, man, this is the type of game that people would want, of a live service game from Sony. And then you don't put it on the console. I don't know if it's just a thing where they know that they have their own multiplayer game coming to console and they don't want those to compete that directly. But then it's like, well, why are you doing two of them then?
That's exactly right. But also it's like it's separate. You know, if you want to give Horizon space, then just hold Horizon 3 for a little while. Which they are. I mean, it's not going to be ready to go. We're obviously inevitably going to get that. But I wonder, what I was going to ask is, I wonder if they could make it go on PS5. Like if they see enough people, like, is it possible based on the way this game is being instanced, as it were, right? I mean, in other words, is it really all reliant on this NCSoft technology, or is that kind of a put on? Could it be broken out of that or could it run on its own on PS5, even not connected to the PC version, like just a bespoke, unique PS5 version? I just think it's just weird. Right? Like, it's weird. It's way weirder that it's not on PS5 than it would be weird if it was on Xbox, for instance, as well. And this is the kind of game where I'm like, you should put it on fucking Switch too. If you're putting it on a phone, you know?
Yeah.
This should really go everywhere. I'm a little befuddled and annoyed by it because you're right. It looks good. I don't want to play it, but it looks good. It's very high quality. NCSoft is not a joke. It's a big, reliable bulwark of gaming in South Korea for a long time. Their games are huge over there. But so licensing it to them, and all, by the way, it also puts into context why they're so upset about the Tencent shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's like obvious now. And now they're going to be able to file more openly about that probably too. Because they probably couldn't defend themselves in these documents that would inevitably leak in court filings. But now they can be a little more specific and make a better case. But Chris, what are you thinking here about Horizon Steel Frontiers? What do you think? How do you think? Is it interesting to you? What is something you want to play? And what do you think about it not being on PS5, which I think is befuddling to a lot of people? Could Sony take that back?
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know what it's really baffling to me that they're working on two separate multiplayer versions of Horizon. But like, I think, again, like you guys have said, like this looks really high quality and this looks really good. And this does like pique my interest because it does have that like monster. It has the look of like what I like about Monster Hunter without presumably like the weird kind of jank that I've experienced every time I've tried to get into it. So like, I mean, I would play it, but I'm not going to play it on mobile. And I'm not going to download Purple or whatever to play it. So like,
why not?
What the fuck is that?
Dude, install the spyware right on my computer if I can play this. Go ahead.
Yeah, Purple is a gaming platform provided by NCSoft to create an optimal environment with various convenience features for users.
Yeah, sure. I would have played it if it was on PS5 because it does look cool. I don't know if I would have stuck with it or anything, but I definitely would have given it a shot. But yeah, if it's not on Steam and it's not on PS5, like it's dead in the water for me, really. Like there's already so much for me to play as is. I'm going to download another platform from fucking Korea to play this multiplayer Horizon game. Like I'm good. I'm all right. You know, it's the path of most resistance, really.
The path of
I'm just so yeah, I mean it's a bummer too because again, like we've said many times at this point, like it looks really high quality and I think like it could hit. I think there would be a reasonable market for this if they just like put it everywhere, but like I don't know what the deal is really.
I'm looking here. This is interesting. I mean, this wouldn't have crossed our desks because it is for the South Korean market only, but Sony started publishing their games on Purple in Korea last year. So the first game was, what was it here? Horizon Forbidden West was the first game. And then Spider-Man Remastered, Spider-Man Miles Morales, and Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart are all available on it. And NCSoft Purple, so that's for the Korean Purple, but Purple is global, as I understand. I don't know, man. It's a bummer because the game doesn't look bad. It looks promising. And it looks like it could appeal to people. I agree with you guys that the two multiplayer game thing is weird. I mean, it is weird. It is weird. I wonder if the timing was not supposed to be like this with the games.
Real quick, I think there's somebody at my door.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
And I don't know. The Horizon stuff, are they in danger of overexposing it if they put the MMO on PlayStation? Are they under danger of removing from Guerrilla's game? Is Guerrilla's game simply more important? I mean, they could literally look at this and say, like, this is a licensing opportunity for us. We're not running this game. By the way, an important note, I mean, and this is an important note if you're a nerd about the industry, is Sony's not doing the PR for this game. It's like other people. So it could just be a thing where it's like, it's its own thing. We licensed it out. It's for primarily an Asian market. We are localizing it. You will be able to play it and download it here, but it's not even really for you. And the Guerrilla game will be a more recognizable Western style multiplayer game that we want, that will obviously be on PS5. And for that, I wonder if they would that's where you got to start wondering, like, maybe you put that on Xbox. But then you start thinking, why? Because the next Xbox is going to be a PC and you can just put it on Steam. Why even give them any bread at all when you can just circumvent them completely? So now they're probably in that space, but I don't know. It is a little befuddling. I'm just as befuddled by the next one, but yeah. Any closing comments on this one before we?
Good, Chris is back.
Yeah.
Chris, just take a quick peek.
What's up?
Here's if you download the purple launcher, it shows a list of their games. And this looks like everything that you would groan at during a game stream. It's all anime, free-to-play, slop-looking games.
That game Throne and Liberty is supposed to be pretty big, right?
I think I have heard of that.
And their Lineage games are big. There's a bunch of those.
Oh, Guild Wars 2 is on here. That's funny. Yeah, oh my god. This is like a nightmare. If I opened the PlayStation Store and this was like all that there was, I would shed a tear.
Time Takers. That's a cool name, I think. It's too bad it's that game, but it's a cool name, Time Taker.
It's too bad.
If you're still on that page, scroll down to the fifth column, the bottom column, Love Beat. That looks like your kind of game.
Love Beat. Oh, dude,
yeah.
I'm checking it out right now. Oh, it's a rhythm game.
Oh my god.
This looks like AI generated almost.
It is.
It has to be.
Well, that specific, there's like a... Oh my god, it's so shameless. God help us. What the fuck is going on?
God help us. Oh boy.
I might start going to church.
I've been thinking that recently myself.
God can't save you.
Yeah, I've been thinking that too.
This is too much, man. Jesus Christ. That is the most clearly AI generated thing I've seen in a while. You know, because like the AI is kind of getting better with like Sora and stuff. So like to see that's like old school, like early 2024 AI. Oh God. It really turned my mood completely around. I was feeling pretty decent.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I was feeling it's funny, man. Like I like my conclusion that this is a mere licensing opportunity. Sony doesn't look at it internally. They're not dealing with it internally with their PR or their own marketing. I'm not even sure the trailer published on PlayStation, any PlayStation, YouTube channel or anything like that, because it's on Horizon Steel Frontiers has its own YouTube channel, and it could be big in its own right. But I wonder if they're going to internalize that feedback and say, like, can we launch this on PS5? Can we make it work? Does it make sense? But it just might not be. It might not be worth it. I don't know. We'll see. Horizon Steel Frontiers. No, we're never going to play it.
No, I am.
Oh, you're going to play it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll absolutely check this out on that weird AI slop launcher.
Now, is it free to play? They don't say.
I would assume on mobile.
Right.
Okay. With it being a mobile game, it'll be free.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'll check it out. I'll report back. This might be my Horizon game, guys. Might be the one.
The PR company that's dealing with this is Outrageous PR. Never heard of that. All right. Horizon Steel Frontiers. Go check out the trailer. You can go check out the press release and see what you think for yourself. So that's the NC Soft game we've been talking about forever. There it is. I mean, that's kind of a little bit of a relief valve. Steam coming out. Like, we don't have to worry about that anymore. Because we've been talking about that game for years. That was like a badly kept secret. And I'm a little surprised. People need to listen to Sacred Symbols more, because we've been telling you that the multiplayer game and the MMO are different games. And this is like a new news cycle. I'm like, no, like they're different. But I certainly didn't expect it would. I thought they would both be on PS5. But then again, we were talking about Aniplex, which doesn't even publish its own games on PlayStation all the time, even though Sony owns it. So who knows what's going on with that?
Yeah. Who has any goddamn idea?
All right. We had a letter here, but I didn't read it. Too bad. Dennis Lofgren, into the Phantom Zone you go.
Bash to the Shadow Realm.
Another game was announced. A new Ratchet and Clank game called Ranger Rumble. It's a multiplayer shooter for Apple and Google, or Android, I guess you should say. And I think it looks kind of neat. But again, why wouldn't you make a PlayStation version of it? You can rely upon your own people to play the game much more than you're going to be able to rely upon them to go to mobile. And I think the best way you succeed in that space, in my opinion, and I think what they were trying to do with Neon Koi back in the day, although it all blew up, was you start on console and you migrate to mobile and you stay on mobile and you play games on mobile. And then maybe you deal with more Sony games on mobile. Like, you have to It's a very competitive, very dog-eat-dog space. You have to seed it in a very proper way. So I think even more, and this is what I was saying earlier when I was, foreshadowing this announcement, is even more than the Horizon MMO not being on PS5. This is even worse, I think, not being on PS5 because it's so basic. Why wouldn't you just have a little free-to-play download package for people to fuck around with it? I don't know. Dustin, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I think because part of the conversation I saw around this online is like, well, Nintendo releases games on mobile and no one's mad that they don't put those on their platform.
I would also just say that that's stupid too, though.
But here's the difference, though, is that Nintendo's mobile games are very much designed as mobile games. Like Mario Run, that was probably the most notable, well-known Nintendo's making a mobile game, first of all, it was vertical, and it was designed completely around a one-touch input for Mario. So, I mean, yeah, you could port it to Switch, but it probably wouldn't really be ideal, being that it's not designed in widescreen, first of all. So you have to hold your Switch up, and it would just be weird. And same with their Fire Emblem games. They are designed as mobile games. And so the big difference is with these two titles is that these look like console games that could run on a console. And they look like especially that they should be played with a controller. And I'm sure both of these games you'll be able to play with touch input, but God bless you if you're into that. But I know I certainly am not into playing a game like this with touch input. So that's the big difference. But yeah, PlayStation, this has been the case over and over with their mobile initiative where it's like they kind of care, but also seemingly don't care. And the next write-in was about this. So I don't want to step on Josh here.
We'll get to that letter in a minute. I want to get Chris on the record first here. What do you think about Ratchet and Clank Ranger Rumble? I guess, Chris, before I even let you answer, I should say there's no press release for the game. And the only information we have is it says on the website, rangerrumble.com. You can go check it out and you can pre-register for the game. It says, quote, the iconic characters from the Ratchet and Clank franchise are back in a stunning, fast-paced arena shooter packed with explosive weapons and larger-than-life action. Experience the humor, action, and energy of the iconic universe in a bold new real-time multiplayer format. Play as a legendary hero from the past, now with unique abilities. Go solo or team up with other Rangers online in thrilling multiplayer games built for every kind of player. Free to download soon. That's it. That's all we have. All right, so what are your thoughts?
Looks like something I'd like to play on a PS5.
Yeah. This one's inexplicable in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't. I earnestly don't get it. Because like with Mario Run or whatever, like those are games that like I can't imagine somebody wanting to play on a console. You know what I mean? But like so far with like this Horizon game and this game, like they look like games that would be approachable to that audience. Like I don't see why. I just don't understand the choice. It looks like the kind of thing you'd see on like Xbox Live Arcade back in the day. That would be like a really fun thing to kind of like Monday Night Combat style thing. Even the way the art design is, it's like there's like a cell shadiness to it. Not quite.
What was that Batman multiplayer game?
Oh, Gotham City Imposters?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
I remember that.
It has a similar feeling where it's like, oh, the art style is weird. Or not different than the main Arkham games and multiplayer.
I remember that game being pretty fun. I remember liking it. But like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it looks cool. I think the idea of an arena shooter in Ratchet and Clank is very strange. I'm curious how that would work. And I would like to try it out. Oh, well. You know, I don't know. I'm not turning my phone into another place to play games. My phone is already like a haunting device that I can't stand to be on. You know? So, like, it's just going to be another no from me, you know? Even though it does look really good. Like, I think it looks pretty polished. It looks like definitely simplified in comparison. Like, if you compare this to like the Horizon game, like there's definitely like a different goal in mind as far as like visual fidelity and like, you know, art design, obviously. But like, this looks like something I would play.
Yeah, it looks fun. It looks clean.
Yeah. It's very readable. It's like, it looks good. It's in widescreen.
Yeah, I guess I don't want to speak out of school where I'm like, is it some trivial thing to get this on console and to make them even work with each other? I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it's not a trivial thing, but you gotta you gotta like lean into, or I think you would want to lean into like your reliable fan base. I keep saying this, like you gotta go to where your people are first, and then you gotta migrate them and tantalize them with the possibility of saying like, well, continue the quest on you got to go to the train to go to work. Just keep playing on your phone.
That's what fucking Balatro did, or Balatro, however that's pronounced.
Is it not Balatro? I've been saying that.
I've heard both now, and now I'm insecure about how to say it.
Oh, I see.
And I don't think the developer will ever comment on how it's actually said.
Oh God!
Like I think he's like he always puts in text. It's called Balatro, but it's in text, so you can't.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the screen cuts out at the diner. What does that mean? It's up to you. And what? Just explain. But I think. I don't know, like, because they started out, they had their game, and then it blew up, and then they were like, hey, we're making a mobile version, you know? And I think that makes sense. Even day and date is fine. Like, I don't really see the problem with that either. I would imagine you would want to bolster your player count as much as possible with a multiplayer game, just so you can kind of feel a dead game happening. You know, you go into a lobby or whatever, and you finish a game, and then like 2 matches later, you see the same guy again, and you're like, oh man, this is like,
yeah,
the pool is dire. And that taints the experience. You think you'd want to have like everybody on mobile, everybody on PC, everybody on PlayStation, so that it feels more alive. And I don't. I'm sure there's a good reason that we're not privy to. I'm sure there's maybe like a technological limitation, or maybe there's like some wisdom that we're not seeing that maybe they see looking at data. But from the outside looking in, it just kind of seems dumb to do this. But yeah,
it's also, I think, a little disappointing that PlayStation 5 turns 5, and then there are these announcements of a Horizon MMO on PC and mobile, and a Ratchet & Clank game on mobile. It's like, the timing
is weird.
It's weird. I don't like the timing. I don't feel like it was well planned. But I'm watching the video of Ratchet & Clank, and I'm like, it's just clean. It looks fun. Again, I don't think it's a game. I really like Ratchet & Clank a lot. Actually, I love the world. I think it's incredibly funny and cute. And charming. I'm not really wanting to play multiplayer. It reminds me of some of the offbeat Ratchet games that we brought up recently that came out, you know, the tower defense game and all the weird shit, and All for One, when they were trying to experiment with it. But it's like, yeah, but you still understood that your Ratchet & Clank's audience is on PlayStation. I was reading a little bit about the studio that made the game. It's an external game. So obviously Neon Koi was trying, which was the Sony owned mobile studio that went under. And without ever releasing a game, they were trying to do mobile stuff. No one really knows what it was. It was apparently a new IP, so it wouldn't have been this. But the studio that's making this game is called OBB, OH_BIBI, and it's a French mobile team that was founded in 2012, and they seem to be incredibly experienced. I don't presume to know anything about these games, but they do have a game called Frag Pro Shooter that they claim has 150 million installs. So that's serious. And interestingly, it's on Switch. As well as mobile. So they have a little bit of console, quote unquote, or let's say off mobile experience. Their biggest success story is one that is off platform. I don't know what could even be done at this point with either the MMO for Horizon or this Ratchet game, Ranger Rumble. And obviously they have intent. Obviously there's so much we don't know and don't understand about the development of these games, but I wonder if they're seeing this feedback and saying like, we really, again, particularly with Ratchet, we really should get this on console. Why wouldn't we have this on our own console? If you want to make the marketing argument about Horizon, that's different. Cool. But I feel like that's a drop ball, and I don't know. Maybe they don't want to dilute Ratchet on the console by releasing a shittier non-AAA. You know, it's not shitty, but it's like, you know,
it's kind of bad. That's hollow reasoning to me.
Yeah. Well, I also was going to say like, but they released so many offbeat AA Ratchet games. There's not just one or two of them. And they're even mobile. Weren't there already mobile Ratchet games? At least one of them.
Maybe.
'Cause I'm pretty sure a mobile Ratchet game, maybe it's a different IP, leaked recently that was never released, but that was like this like prize of emulation for someone to find a build of it.
Ratchet and Clank going mobile.
Right. Was that a flip phone game?
Trying to find out. Oh, this was 2005.
Yeah, so that's a flip phone.
Jesus Christ.
I feel like there was an iPhone
PSP?
game though.
Or no?
It could it was not on PSP. So
iPhone Ratchet.
A phone game back then. That's. Whew. I feel like I remember playing Call of Duty on Samsung phones, like in like the early 2000s, and being like, "Oh my, wow."
Yeah,
that's where I first played BioShock. Was BioShock mobile?
Really?
Oh my God.
No.
Oh,
no.
Jesus
I'm imagining
Christ.
that is the one. I'm a big fan of BioShock. I played it on my Nokia.
All right. Now, Dustin, you wanted to get into this question here.
Yes.
Josh Bartlett wrote in and said, "Good day, sacred gents. Did y'all happen to catch that a new Ratchet & Clank mobile game was quietly announced today, November 12th? It is apparently called Ratchet & Clank Ranger Rumble, and there is a website detailing the game along with a trailer and link to sign up for a beta. It is described as a fast-paced arena shooter packed with explosive weapons and larger-than-life action coming soon to iOS and Android with no launch date. As of writing this inquiry, PlayStation hasn't tweeted about this game, and the PlayStation blog doesn't have a post about it either. It isn't even on the official PlayStation YouTube channel. The only reason I happened to see this game was due to a random Jeff Keighley tweet with a link to the trailer. Can PlayStation either commit to these mobile games or not? Why the hell do they even greenlight these things if they're not going to make an attempt to make them feel like they care? The trailer even starts with the PlayStation Studio splash screen, for Christ's sakes. What is going on over there? I'll hang up and get back to getting lost in the sauce of Lumines Arise," which is getting great reviews, by the way. All right, sound off.
Yeah, well, I think Josh lays it out so well, is that this keeps happening. What was it? This had to have been like 2 years ago at this point. The
Wipeout?
racing game, Wipeout.
But yeah,
Wipeout.
That just came in with I don't even know what that was all about.
They
I
came
don't
and
even know
went.
what that was.
Very weird.
And if I recall correctly, Colin, maybe you remember better than me, Sony cared enough to make sure that we didn't talk to them. Right?
What do you mean?
Didn't we want to interview the developers?
Right. Yeah, we did. Yeah. And I know people at that developer too.
Sony cared enough that they didn't want to talk to us, but they didn't care enough to promote it at all.
Crazy.
Also, wasn't it not even a real Wipeout game, but like a pilot simulator? Like it was like something else.
It's like a coaching.
Yeah,
game.
right.
Yeah, it was like resource management type thing, right?
Yeah, so it's
you
like
didn't
cool.
actually play Wipeout. It was like, all right.
Wipeout's one of the few things that would work on a phone actually with the controls. Anyway,
but this does have. I mean, Josh brings up a good point that trailer starts with the PlayStation first party like startup screen that you see when you boot up, Ghost of Yotei or whatever. It has that, so it's got a little bit of that in it,
right? And it's important to note the MMO doesn't have that. So please,
correct. But so yeah, Sony again. It's like if you want to do mobile, if you want to have mobile games, do it. Just actually do it and promote these games because, as Josh pointed, he found out about it from Jeff Keighley on Twitter. It's like PlayStation has one of the best, just from sheer amount of people paying attention, the ability to market something like this is huge. And they don't even have to pay for it. They just have to tell people it exists. And they're not even doing that. Very, very weird.
Yeah. They seem gun shy. And I think a lot, and that I think tells you everything, right? If you're gun shy, this gets into the whole point. If you're gun shy, then what's the point? I mean, promoting it with all your fucking vigor, like any other game, will add to its credence, right? Like it will add to its gravitas and its ability to kind of find a place, and people will take it more seriously. But if you're like it's what happened with the Wipeout game multiplied by 25, where it's like if you're just going to shit this thing out and then pretend it doesn't exist, it makes it look bad. It's not a neutral move. It's not a neutral move to say like, oh yeah, there's a Ratchet & Clank game. We're not going to acknowledge that at all. That's actually a negative move. That makes no sense. It's like one of your most iconic IP. Ratchet & Clank is certainly in the top 10 IP, like PlayStation IP, in terms of popularity, in terms of recognizability. And probably somewhere in the 7, 8, 9 range, I would say. And yeah, I'm perplexed. Chris, do you have anything you want to add about the Ranger Rumble comparable to this inquiry from Josh Bartlett? I suppose he's right that if you're not going to have the whole machine going, then why even have a part of it going? Part of the machine is marketing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think, I don't know. I feel like he laid it out pretty perfectly. I don't know if I would really have anything meaningful to add to it, but I think it's spot on. Like I personally, I just don't understand what the goal is really if they're going about it this way. It just seems a little bit. It's not the most scatterbrained thing I've seen out of the industry, but it's kind of, I don't know. It does feel like half-hearted in some way. I'm just like, all right, well, what's the point?
It's strange. Because I want to be clear, and I've been very clear about this for many years now, is I want them to be aggressive on these platforms. It's good.
Right.
It's very good. It's very good to make. They thought enough to make Neon Koi, or to buy Savage, and then ultimately turn them into Neon Koi. It didn't obviously turn out, but they hired real talent from Apple and all these other places. They spent an enormous amount of money. It's like, yeah, like good. Why is it that all of these experimental things aren't working? It's not because they're bad ideas. It's because they're poorly executed. Whether you're talking about multiplayer games in that space and all the cancellations and the misallocation of resources and what we'll talk about shortly, what's going on with Bungie and like just horrible decision making. And then on the mobile side, it's like, well, what are you doing? Like, yes, be in that space, but where are the decision makers? Where's the talent that can like get this over the hump? Where is it? That's what's frustrating. So they're directionally right. That's what's so fucking annoying. It would be less annoying if they just ignored all this shit and like went down with the ship and were like, we're never expanding. We're never putting our games on that. That would be less annoying than them saying like, yeah, well, here's a mobile Wipeout game. We're never going to acknowledge it. And by the way, it's not a Wipeout game. Have fun. It's just strange. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah. How can this be? Anyway, anything else to say?
No.
Ratchet & Clank Ranger Rumble. Go check it out if you want. And maybe they're listening. I mean, well, certainly they're listening, but maybe they care enough or there'll be enough of a push to say like, yeah, maybe the best possibility of success is to lean on our own people. By the way, our own people think that there's a dearth of games coming from us. And even though this isn't what they're necessarily looking for, it's something.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right. Before all these announcements and everything, this was going to be the news of the week, which was Sony released their Q2 fiscal year 25 financials. I read the reports carefully. I read a transcript of the earnings call. I have my notes here. I took extensive notes. So I'll go through what I think is important. We can kind of pick things out. We have a few listener inquiries as well that we want to get into. Sony top line stuff. We won't linger too much on Sony Corp, but Q2 fiscal year 25. So this runs from July through September of this past year, calendar year. $20.1 billion in revenue for the entire company and $2.7 billion in profit. That's up 5. So $20.1 billion in revenue is up 5% year over year. $2.7 billion in profits up 10% year over year. Now getting into PlayStation, which is where we're really going to linger. If you look at just the last quarter, so that's quarter 2, Sony's revenue was PlayStation's revenue was $7.19 billion, up 3.7% year over year. And they made $780 million in profit. So less than $1 billion in profit, which is down 13.2% year over year. We're going to talk about why that is, because they are starting to incur costs now due to Bungie, and it's hurting them. If you combine Q1 and Q2, so first half of the fiscal year, PlayStation has made $13.6 billion, up 5.2% year over year, with $1.7 billion in profit, up 31.3% year over year. So a very healthy company, growing in most places. They attribute a lot of the growth to services like PlayStation Plus and third-party software. Not a huge surprise since they're not selling too much of their own. I pulled out a few other interesting things here that I thought were worth talking about. Sony CFO Lin Tao had noted that, quote, PS5 is only in the middle of its journey, end quote, in terms of its life cycle. This was during the financial call after the earnings were released. And she says about PS4, quote, we want to continue to monetize the install base, end quote. So they're looking at PS5 as at least a 10-year machine, and I would imagine even longer because we are now entering 2013, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, so 2026 will be the 13th calendar year of PS4. And it seems like there's still between 20 and 30 million users, which is significant amount of people. So we're going to be in a reality, as I've been saying, where PS4, PS5, and PS6 will all be supported at the same time, at least with network services and stuff, and certainly probably game releases, although eventually I think people are going to have to move off of PS4, and we've already seen that. As we mentioned earlier in the show, PS5 is now at 84 million, specifically 84.2 million units sold. 3.9 million for the quarter, and will likely pass PS3 next quarter. Monthly active users on PlayStation 5 plus PlayStation 4 equal 119 million, which is up 3 million year over year. And software sales are 80.3 million third party and 6.3 million first party. Dustin, I thought this number would make you happy and please you, because it's a stubborn number. 72% sold digitally, which is up for physical games in the quarter, accounting for 28% of copies sold. Ghost of Yotei has sold 3.3 million copies in 32 counted days. So a big success for Sucker Punch and Sony. I didn't know if these numbers were going to be in here, because what's interesting about this is these numbers are not from this fiscal quarter. So they just put these numbers into their data to report it. Maybe because they felt like they needed to because of all the bullshit around it. But these numbers won't be incorporated into their finances until the next quarter. So just something to worth noting. There's a little bit of asynchronicity there. And by the way, they say, quote, a major hit like its predecessor, end quote, in their earnings call about Ghost of Yotei. You can interpret these words however you want, but it would technically be illegal for them to describe the game like that on an earnings call if it wasn't true from their perspective. So worth noting there as well. If people think people are lying about Yotei, you should sue Sony, I guess. Here's an interesting thing. This isn't a huge surprise because there have been no games released from first party really. And again, Yotei won't be incorporated into these numbers yet. Live service numbers. Live service accounted for 40% of all first party revenue. And I put in my notes here, that must be Helldivers plus MLB equals 40%. I mean, it just goes to show you how important those games are. Again, nothing really competing with them in that first party space, but interesting numbers. All right, so here's what I promised about Destiny. And the basic thing with Bungie is that Sony's starting to really hurt now. And they've written down $200 million, which is why their profit is only $780 million. So they still made money even writing down $200 million, but they would have been close to $1 billion in profit. Here's what Lin Tao said in the earnings call. Quote, regarding Destiny 2, partially due to changes in the competitive environment, the level of sales and user engagement have not reached the expectation we had at the time of the acquisition of Bungie. While we will continue to make improvements, we downwardly revised the business projection for the time being and recorded an impairment loss against a portion of the assets at Bungie, end quote. As I remember, and I would have to go and study this more carefully, I'm pretty sure this is the first time they've taken a loss, like actually filed a loss on Bungie. So it's apparently in the range of $200 million. They note that Helldivers is, quote, doing extremely well, end quote, on Xbox, and that the release on Xbox has driven numbers on PS5 and PC, as well as engagement, which is cool. And let's see here. This is interesting, too. There's just a couple more things, and then we can get into whatever you guys want. A Nikkei journalist, so Nikkei, the newspaper in Japan, asked the Sony execs, why has add-on, or just notes, and this is just, they don't really speak about this, but he notes this in the numbers. Add-on content, so DLC expansions and all of that, has dropped quarter over quarter for the first time in 13 quarters, which is just an interesting thing. It's like, what's that all about? And they say that they think it's just an anomaly and that there's really nothing to worry about there. But they make a lot of money on expansions. So that's an interesting number worth watching. And then I thought this was interesting too about Marathon. They confirmed 80,000 people were in the test for Marathon. And they say, quote, we are fully dedicated to launching Marathon on schedule, end quote. So it's coming. I mean, I guess that's not a huge surprise. And we're going to talk about Arc Raiders for the 7 millionth time later in the show, but I think Sony benefits, I think, from Arc Raiders going first and being out. And we'll talk a little bit about that maybe later in the show. I'm not saying Marathon's going to succeed or even be good, but I think it's actually good that there's this big game that's sold, I think, 4 million copies now. That's kind of expanding the Tarkov model. Mm-hmm. And this will only be good for the recognizability of what Marathon's doing when the time comes. So I think that works in their favor. But 80,000 players is a lot of testing. And then, I guess that's it. Dustin, any threads to pull at for you? I know I said a lot there.
Any threads to pull out? Well, the digital physical stuff is interesting. I think that's something we've talked about before, that people do like buying PlayStation first party on physical still when they can, so that's cool. Let's see. This is totally unrelated, but it is in this document. I was just looking down because I know we were focused on the game stuff. I was like, oh, there's a reference to Legend of Zelda on this Sony.
Oh, for the movie. Yeah.
For the movie. So I was like, that's kind of interesting. Funny. It's still weird that that's happening. And yeah, Ghost of Yotei, 3.3 million.
It's nice. It's a higher attach rate than Ghost of Tsushima on PS4. And really puts in the context, like, it's a lot. I think people just have weird expectations for numbers generally, but like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 just announced 4 million copies sold.
Flop.
On all those platforms over all that time. So it's like Ghost flop. Kingdom Come woke Deliverance.
Didn't that game have a whole woke thing too?
Yeah, like it did. Something about it was people didn't like. I think it might have been like a gay storyline or something.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Because the gay people didn't exist in that time.
So. Right. They're
I can understand people thinking like it's the same thing with the Assassin's Creed Shadows, and this is why I get annoyed at the argument, Chris. It's like if there was like a black person in the game and it was in like 1400s Bohemia, I'd be like, okay, that's weird, right? But a gay person, yeah. Come on, dude.
I think I don't know, man. Do yourself a favor and look up the history of like the Romans and the Greeks.
Oh my God, they were fucking
out
of control.
Tell me how recent a phenomenon gay is.
That's some of the gayest shit you've ever heard in your life.
It's outrageous. It's orders of magnitude gayer than West Hollywood is today. The Roman Empire. It's ridiculous.
Agreed.
But no, I don't know, man. Seeing the Ghost of Yotei numbers is very funny for a multitude of reasons.
Let's see here. I'm trying to see if there's anything else to pull at. Oh, I forgot to say this too. I thought this was interesting. They talk a lot about manufacturing in the United States in the earnings call. And they note that they say something along the lines of like, we are not a company that is really equipped to do it ourselves, but we are starting to work with partners that are manufacturing in the US to try to circumvent tariffs. As we noted from the Circana data, a third of all PlayStation 5s are sold in the United States. So it's very important for them to do business here profitably. And what they were saying was that they're not revising anything, but numbers are benefiting from a lower impact from tariffs than they expected. So I think that's good news for them. They figured out like a way to manufacture elsewhere and hopefully avoid further price increases. So that was positive as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, anything else here? Oh, there's one other item. I read an interview with Eric Lempel, who's an executive at Sony, longtime executive, and he spoke to the BBC. And he had an interesting stat in there in this long interview. The average PS5 player plays 50% more games than the PS4, than the average PS4 player. So circulating through more games, I think that speaks to the stickiness of the PS5. I thought that was just an interesting statistic.
That does make sense if you consider the fact that PS4s are mostly, you would imagine by now they're like mostly, this is purely speculation on my part, but it's probably mostly people dedicated to like one specific or maybe two specific live service games or, Netflix kind of HBO Max type stuff. A streaming device. I know a lot of people with PS4s that don't really play games on it. Whereas PS5, I think inherently to even own one, you have to be more engaged with the ecosystem. That seems like it would make sense. Like, I don't know what the fuck people are doing on PS3, you know what I mean? But I would imagine it's significantly less than on PS4 and on PS5.
All right. A couple inquiries from the audience. Hiley and Andy wrote in and said, greetings, CDC. With the exceptional rise of digital game sales, I am left wondering if the data is slightly skewed. What if we only look at games that are offered physically? Obviously, games that are digital only will count as 100% digital purchases, but I wonder what ratio of physically offered games are purchased digitally instead. Would these numbers even matter? Is it something that any of you have wondered or looked into? I have definitely wondered this. They do matter, and they are not publicly available, although sometimes they do make that data publicly available per game, depending on the publisher. But it obviously matters. And I think if the number is only 72% for digital sales last quarter, that indicates that a lot of boxed, and this is why I wanted to report the numbers for you, Dustin, was that like it indicates that boxed option games, so AAA games typically, that you can go buy in like Walmart or Target or GameStop or whatever, they sell a fair proportion of the cumulative number of games. Like, for instance, Ghost of Yotei There might have been more physical copies of that game sold than digital, actually. I think maybe like 60-40. And
I can believe that.
And that would have to, right? That would have to be true because most of the games are digital only, and those do count towards the numbers. So they don't break those numbers out. And I don't know why, but
yeah,
because I think it would be interesting. I think they would want to break them out. Maybe they would feel like it would encourage more physical sales, which they don't want. By saying like, actually, this number's a lot bigger than you think. You're not as dead as you think. Emboldening people.
Yeah. Well, that's like when I'm trying to remember at some point we talked, there was like some stat that's like, I'm pulling this out of my ass. 80% of games are bought digitally. It's like, well, yeah, but how many of those games are digital only?
Right.
You know,
it's an incredibly relevant point. And I would imagine there are plenty of games that do very well physically.
Right.
They're very,
and also
very,
the PC market.
I'm sorry.
The PC market is like basically like you don't have an option.
Right.
You buy it digitally or not get it at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do they sell any like CD-ROM games?
I think they still do, because I feel like I remember. Well, I don't know about still as in like in the last like years. I remember in the 2020s at some point I went to a Best Buy or a store and I saw like a game in the PC game section that was like surprisingly like recent. But it was far enough back that I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck it was. But I remember being like, oh, weird.
So you would just play it as an EXE on your computer without Steam?
Yes, I don't know. The last physical PC game I bought was probably, or owned even, was probably like 1999, 2000. You know, it's been a long ass time.
In the late era of physical PC, like I remember, I think I got Holly Skyrim on PC, and there was even some later ones than that I got, but it had a disc that had the game on it, but you also had to put in a Steam code. And so it would have the game files, but it was still DRM'd to Steam. So it was so messy and stupid at that point that I get why we've moved on.
Hungry Hansen wrote in, said, Sacred Sack Boys, Colin often says PlayStation needs a killer games as a service. I 100% agree, but why does their survival depend on it? As the top console manufacturer for young adults, PlayStation is more secure than people want to admit from the revenue generated from their hardware sales, and not to mention their success as first-party game developers. A great game as a service matters after all of the time and money spent, but is it truly essential? Not sure PlayStation thinks so. If they did, Concord would have been better. What do you think? Thanks for the years of great content. I'll itch my Gabe and listen. All right, well, fair enough.
Ooh.
I wanted to bring this up because, as we noted in the notes I was going through, 40% of first-party revenue last quarter account was from what they would deem live service games, which really must only be Helldivers and MLB. There's really nothing else that would even be available that would add to that number. Maybe even Gran Turismo would be in there, but I don't think so. It's just, I'm going to keep banging this drum as long as people keep asking the question. It's like, you have to open your eyes. Don't conflate it for what I want. Because what I would want is totally different with what they're doing. But I also think what I would want would not be the feasible thing for PlayStation to do. I understand that for PlayStation to survive, we have to kind of get everything we want. And I want people to think this, because you didn't get too into this, but people often say like, well, they don't need anything because people play their games and they get these, these rips on everything they do. And I'm like, that's just, don't you understand how vulnerable they are? If that's true, like they're incredibly vulnerable to getting the screws turned on them. Look at what Epic and Apple were doing. So like Epic going at Apple for all of these things. Imagine if Epic's like, we're taking Fortnite off of the store unless you give us 5%. Unless we give you 5% instead of 10 or 15 or 20, whatever that bespoke relationship they have. Like it's not to say that the game developers can't and won't do that and that it doesn't happen behind the scenes. It just says like it makes them vulnerable. They have to control pieces of the content. They keep saying this over and over again, that it's all about IP and franchises to them. They're going to keep trying, and they should keep trying. But it was a total fail. But like I said earlier in the show, directionally, they're right. And I think people are just... And again, the first-party game developers, like, no. Last quarter, where are the numbers? Oh, yeah. 80.3 million copies of third-party games. 6.3 million copies of first-party games. So just speaks for itself. Finally, Cody Gardner wrote in and said, hello, CDC. Were you guys happy to see Sony CFO Lin Tao say that the PS5 is halfway through its life cycle? I'm assuming this means we won't see the PS6 until 2029, 2030. I think this is great news as we really don't need a new console generation in the next couple of years. Do you think there's a chance they release their handheld earlier, though, to capitalize on the handheld zeitgeist? Or will waiting a few years have no effect? I'll finish laying my children to rest. Relax, I'm putting them to bed. And listen. All right, fair enough. That's not what she said. The PS6 is coming in 2027. It seems like that's definitely happening.
Yeah.
She's saying the PS5 itself will still be alive. And I think the thing we have to wrap our minds around, and we've already been doing this, and it's going to be a thing, like way more than it was when the PS4 turned into the PS5, is like everything's going to be on both consoles. I would be truly surprised if there's a great number of PS6 level exclusives, because I think you can't move on that fast anymore. And they learned that after the fact with Horizon 2 and God of War 2, where I think those were designed at first maybe to be potentially something on PS5, and then they started seeing like people were selling well, but there's so many people over here. They probably got a lot of data from Miles Morales, which was cross-generation when it launched. And if we saw that with a game like Miles, you're definitely going to see that with the next generation. So Cody, I guess what I'm saying is, don't conflate Lin Tao saying PS5's halfway through its life cycle with it meaning anything for PlayStation 6, because it doesn't. I think what they're saying is the PS5 is going to be alive long after the PS6 comes out, and they're right.
I wonder if there's like a little bit of a chicken or the egg situation where they kept PS4 around longer partially because the PS5 was so supply constrained. And I wonder if, like, I don't know, let's say best case scenario in 2027 when PS6 comes out, the economy is booming and people are like, hell yeah, I'll spend money to get something. And if it's available, I wonder if we'd see the tail of PS5 be shorter because people are just ready to move over at the beginning.
This brings up another question, Dustin.
Yeah.
When are they going to turn the PS3 off? You would assume that has to happen. Obviously, PS3 doesn't get new games. It hasn't gotten new games for a long time, but it's on. People still play it. There are people even playing multiplayer games on it still that are still alive.
Yeah, Mystic's video. He does a video, I think, every year where he goes and investigates these games and tries to talk to people that are still on them.
So there's like, I don't know what the numbers are. I think last year they reported 2 or 3 million people on PS3 still. They tried to turn it off. Like, it's a couple of years ago now, right? And then they backed off. At some point, they're going to have to approach that again, because it would be fucking super cool if the PS3 and Vita were still alive, at least functional with network services, while the PS4, PS5, and PS6 are all out. I mean, I think that would be badass. But it might be easier for them to start figuring out how they're going to integrate PS3 and the PS. And by the way, like, couldn't we figure this out already with the PS3 shit? Come on, man. I refuse to believe it's that hard. On a game by game basis. I know it's you can't just emulate widely. We got to figure this thing out. And then that will make that problem less important. I mean, the dream solution would be having that storefront just available on PS4, and then you can just shut the PS3 functionality off. I mean, that would be cool. But that's a fucking dream scenario that's never going to come to fruition. All right. Dustin, so we'll get into a couple of things that were talked about at the State of Play. Like we noted, we watched the State of Play together on Sacred Streaming. You can go check out the pre-show, the entire show, and then our thoughts afterwards on VOD on our YouTube channel. That's free for everyone. It's not locked behind a paywall on Patreon, so go check that out. It would be redundant to talk about it here any more extensively, and I think that none of us really cared too deeply about the show anyway. I think we all agreed it was like a C minus, and not really for us as Western gamers. But I was glad to watch it. It was cool. It was a cool presentation. But there were a couple things worth noting, and I know one thing you were interested in, Dustin, was PlayStation's new gaming monitor. This isn't the first time they've made PlayStation branded monitors. I guess the other one was a TV technically, though, the 3D TV from the PS3 era.
Right. But
this is a 27-inch gaming monitor that they kind of ambiguously talked about. They write here on PlayStation blog, built for desktop gaming with a PS5. The upcoming monitor combines bold visuals and performance and includes a charging hook for the DualSense wireless controller, which, again, as I said on the stream, I just absolutely love. They write, since the launch of the PlayStation 5 console, we've seen that players enjoy having the flexibility to choose where they play PS5 games, whether it's in their living room, on their big screen TV, in other areas of the home, or outside of the home entirely with PlayStation Portal's Remote Player. In keeping up with these trends, we are pleased to introduce another option for players with our 27-inch gaming monitor with DualSense charging hook, coming to the US and Japan, hence its discussion on the Japanese state of play. The new PlayStation gaming monitor pairs nicely with our recently announced Pulse Elevate wireless speakers, which features lifelike desktop audio and seamless voice chat. Both products were designed with the PS5 desktop gaming experience in mind, offering a high-quality visual and audio desktop experience for those who want the option of playing in personal spaces. Developed by Sony Interactive Entertainment, the new 27-inch gaming monitor delivers stunning visuals from the latest PS5 games to your desktop, featuring a quad high-definition IPS display of up to 2560 by 1440 resolution, so players can play at a comfortable viewing distance from their desk. High dynamic range support with auto HDR tone mapping that automatically adjusts HDR settings during setup on PS5 and PS5 Pro consoles. That's pretty cool. Ensuring rich and vivid picture quality. VRR support and refresh rates up to 120 Hz for a smooth and seamless gameplay on PS5 and PS5 Pro consoles, and 240 Hz on compatible PC and Mac devices. A built-in charging hook for a DualSense or DualSense Edge wireless controller, sold separately, that makes it easy for players to get right into gaming. The PlayStation gaming monitor supports, is it VESA mounting, and also has a full suite of audio and connectivity and options, including USB ports for your PlayStation Link adapter. Dustin, now that we didn't know, I couldn't find a press release during the stream, so we really couldn't talk about it too deeply. Now we can. What do you think of this?
Yeah, it makes sense. Sony, I've said for a while with these accessories, if you make it, people right now are buying. They're interested. And clearly they're seeing more people that are playing PlayStation 5 at a desk. I find that weird just because when I'm playing a console, I'd rather play at a couch, but clearly there's a market for this. And this monitor sounds pretty good. I think we can be confident that Sony knows a thing or two about making displays. And so this will probably be pretty nice. And I don't know if I want to call it affordable, but it's not going to be probably like insane high end, being that it is 1440p an IPS display. This isn't like an OLED monitor or anything like that, but I think it's cool. I love the charging hook is pretty neat on there. And I think it'll be a nice addition for some people. I personally am not interested just because I'm fully in on OLED completely. And I already have a really nice 4K OLED PC monitor. But for people that are looking to get something a little nicer, this could be good. And I also like that it has 240 Hertz for PC as well, to go beyond just what a PlayStation would be capable of.
What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool that they're dipping their toes into this stuff. I mean, they've always been a hardware, manufacturer, so like it's not out of character for them or anything. It's interesting. It's cool. I think it's a solid looking monitor. I like the dock. I think it's like a cool little
I like that a lot.
Flourish.
Yeah,
I think it's cool. I would imagine it being a little clunky though. Like it looks like it could be like a little awkward to work with, but like I mean, it looks really nice. I'm just not in the market for a monitor at all. Like I'm pretty happy with the ones that I have. Like I don't need another one. I don't even really play PlayStation games on a monitor. It's always on a massive TV. So it's even the synergistic benefits of that, just like they'd be completely lost on me anyway.
Yeah, I remember. I was looking at it because I didn't realize this until Dustin, you had brought it up too. Is like when I was preparing my notes, I'm like, it's not even 4K. But I thought that was kind of like the standard. But is it because it's such a small monitor that it doesn't really matter or something? Like they say, like on a screen, like who cares if like something on your phone is 4K? It's like you can't even discern it.
Yeah, the pixels.
I'm not saying it's that small, but is that is that the reason? Or
well, I think in order to fully power like 4K gaming, which I guess the PS5 does to some degree, but it is expensive, and a lot of PC players are opting for 1440p over 4K in order to get higher frame rates, since it doesn't require as much of the GPU to do that. It's interesting. So the monitor that I have here is 1440p. The monitor here is 4K, and even though they are similar in size, I can always tell the 4K one. I feel like it looks way better, but 1440p is still great. So that's what I think that, like I said, it's not like a super high-end monitor. It's also to make a 4K monitor is actually more difficult. If my understanding is correct, it's more difficult because the pixel density is so much higher than a TV. So I don't know if the yields are harder or something. So it makes, even though my 32-inch monitor is a smaller screen than my 4K TV, it costs just as much as my 4K TV. So
yeah, the other thing that I'm interested in that I would also defer to you on is just the marketing of it. Are people really looking to sit at a desk to play PlayStation? Is that a thing that a lot of people are doing? That's like totally anathema to console gaming to me. That's PC gaming. If you're going to sit at a desk, play a PC. What are you doing?
I used to have my TV on the desk. Like when I had like a small like bedroom TV, it's so funny looking back at the TVs I used to play video games on because they're like their size of my hand opened.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
It's ridiculous. But like when I remember having a desk where I kind of sat at and played a lot of 360 on before I got like a bigger TV that would be ridiculous. Like it would be ridiculous to have a bigger TV and put it at a desk and sit in front of it. And so I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of people doing it. I wouldn't imagine that it's most people.
Yeah, well, certainly not. But yeah, I just was surprised by that marketing use case. It's like, wow, I didn't, because I understand people that are playing games. Like when I was in media and a critic, like I had a desk at work and I had a TV on my desk and I played games at it. But that was because I hated it. Actually, I was like, this, like I hated playing games on my desk. And yeah, so I was just surprised. I'm sure there is some sort of use case, but I was surprised that was the use case they were leaning into as opposed to the PC gaming.
Yeah,
like I know they don't want to cannibalize their own stuff, but I just felt like this was the more obvious use case, was saying like, yeah, if maybe you even wait to try this rumored PC launcher or something, you try to like put it all together in some cogent marketing plan. So I was just surprised by that because I just didn't, I know like streamers play at their desk and all that, but I just didn't know that people like came home and was like, I'm going to sit at my desk and play. It's like, don't you want to sit on a couch or on the floor or something? And I remember even writing facts when I was a kid and I would play at my desk. But I hated it. Again, I hated it. I would often take a notebook into bed with me and like lay in bed and take notes and then write them down by hand and then try to transcribe them later. So
my question is, PlayStation now has a PC monitor, PC like speakers, and you've been asking for this, Colin. Keyboard and mouse.
Oh, I would love the keyboard and mouse. I thought you were going to say, are they going to bring the VAIO back and get fucking crazy with it?
Oh, yeah.
PlayStation VAIO.
And yeah, obviously you can hook up any, well, maybe not any, but most modern PC, a mouse or a wireless keyboard to your PlayStation, but it's like, get in on it. Also make the PlayStation more compatible with keyboard and mouse. I think that would be sick.
Me too. I've been saying that for a long time now, and I would buy that in a minute if they released a mouse and keyboard. That would be fun. All right. We got a little bit of this as well, and we couldn't find a press release for this either, but I thought I would just add this to the record because it is very interesting, and we were kind of prognosticating about why they would do this, and I think it's fairly obvious when you think it through. But they announced this long-rumored bespoke Japanese market-only PlayStation 5 digital version that will help bring prices down in Japan. For people that are not aware, the Japanese economy, is in a decades-long malaise, but the yen is really weak against the US dollar right now. Things are really expensive there. I was lamenting on, I don't know if you guys saw this, Sega gave everyone 10% raises in Japan, bringing new grad salaries up to $2,100 a month. It's like, what in the fuck, dude? And I understand people are like, it's cheaper to live there and all these kinds of things. I'm like, it is and it isn't. And that's literally what a developer in the United States makes in a week. Like the average totally like run-of-the-mill developer. So they are getting outworked by Nintendo because of the economic situation. And of course, the way people play games over there as well. And I think they're trying to figure out how they can saturate the field without being taken advantage. So this is why the monetary situation is important. Without foreigners scalping these things off of their market and bringing them to the United States or Europe because they're going to be mega cheap PS5s comparable to what we have to pay for them. So they showed this during the State of Play. And there is a PlayStation.com help. So I put it in the notes here. It says, what is the PS5 Digital Edition console, Japanese language only? So this gives us a little bit of information about how locked down this thing is. It's more locked down than I think we thought, doesn't. It says the PS5 Digital Edition console, Japanese language only, is a version of the PS5 Digital Edition console designed exclusively for sale in Japan. PS5 Digital Edition console, Japanese language only, supports only the Japanese console language and is compatible with Japanese PlayStation accounts with country region set as Japan. Accounts from other countries and regions are not supported. The PS5 Digital Edition console, Japanese language only, can access the Japanese PlayStation Store, play digital PS5 games purchased from the Japanese PlayStation Store, play supported digital PS4 games purchased from the Japanese PlayStation Store. It launches November 21st in Japan, and according to our friends at Video Games Chronicle, the console will cost 55,000 yen, which is about $355. So that's obviously far cheaper than the PS5 in Western markets. And again, this will help saturate things because, and this is the fucked up part, dude. The digital edition PS5, the original one, launched in Japan at 39,980 yen, $260. And its price was increased to $390 and then the $475 because of the depreciating value of the yen. This has strangled PlayStation in that market. And they're working around it. And we discussed on the show to what end and why are they making it so locked down? And Dustin, you know this as well. Nintendo did this with Switch.
Right.
For a very similar reason. Sony's copying them. And I'm sure other electronics manufacturers are doing it as well. Again, they're locking it down so much because people will gladly save $100 or $150 buying this thing and just importing it. And PlayStations are typically not region locked. Beginning with PS3 specifically, I guess it would have been. So
listen, I took advantage when I was there, not on hardware, but I bought Silent Hill 2. I bought Metaphor ReFantasio there. I bought the new Mario Party games.
So you have several rated games that play in English,
and they work totally fine. They work. I made sure I looked up online and I was like, yep, they work. They cost $40 each on like launch week.
That's amazing.
So I think they were like 40 or 50 depending on the title.
That's so funny, dude.
It's like, I'm here. I might as well buy them here.
Totally.
And it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of cool. I have some of these. It's like it's a memory attached to those games.
Definitely. So yeah, I think that some people are questioning like what's like with the region locking and the craziness about the Japanese PSN. And it's like, they just don't want you guys dicking around. It's not for you.
Yeah. It's
to like get their home market more of these consoles. So I don't think we have much more to say about that, but I wanted to throw out there that that's happening. And I guess we do have a small Japanese audience, but they're usually Westerners. So enjoy. All right. Another thing that came out of the State of Play, the Japanese State of Play, was Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls' second closed beta will begin on December 5th. This is, of course, the Arc System Works game that will be on PS5 and PC that was announced some months ago. It says, in this closed beta test, Spider-Man and Ghost Rider will be joining the roster, bringing the total number of playable characters to 8. You can freely mix and match heroes and villains to create your own 4-character team. Of course, this is 4v4. Additionally, 2 new stages, Savage Land and the X-Mansion, will be added to this beta. It was really funny with the X-Men Mansion. People were disappointed. I think they were calling it like the unannouncement because there are characters in the background that makes it clear that like, oh, Nightcrawler or whatever like won't be in the game or whoever it was. And I thought that was pretty funny. Are you guys going to check this out? Any interest? It runs from December 5th, that's a Friday, at midnight Pacific, and it will run continuously, apparently, until December 7th at midnight for 72 total hours. Certainly not for me, but another way for them to test this game as it begins to prepare itself for launch next year. Chris, any interest in Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, this is the kind of thing that I'm sure one of my friends will get into it, and then I'll just probably go over to their place and play it. I'm not going to try my luck in getting in purely because there's already so much to play. I don't need really something. I don't need to put myself in for something else to distract me. So I'm good on it. Also, it's going to be in the environment that I would play it anyway, which is at a friend's house. So I would actually, in some ways, be able to test it more accurately for my use case. Doing that, I know I have a ton of friends who are like really, really into the fighting game community and like really, really all over this. So I'm sure I will play it somehow, but I'm good. I'll save that open spot for somebody who really wants it. You know,
I like that angle. You know, I'm doing you guys a favor.
I'm
by
doing
not
you guys a
checking it
favor.
out.
I'm actually being very magnanimous about it.
Yeah. Yeah. If it was an open beta, I would download it, probably play for about 20 minutes and remember that I'm so terrible and don't understand fighting games. Appreciate it for what it is, but I'm good.
It's important to note this. You have to sign up for this beta. However, if you they write here, quote, if you previously registered your interest but did not participate in the first beta, please look for an invitation email. If you're joining the closed beta test for the first time, please sign up now. And you'll need to log into your PlayStation account and so on and so forth. There's a direct link. It's not worth reading. It's an alphanumeric link, but you can find it on PlayStation blog. So go check that out. If you're interested in checking all of that out, Marvel Tokon Fighters, people are very, very excited about it. People are very upset that I think it should be PlayStation All-Stars Part 2. And do I mean it? Kinda. But not totally. Another Japanese piece of information, or information coming out of this Japanese state of play, I should say, although it is a Japanese piece of information, Elden Ring Nightreign Forsaken Hollows expansion launches the day before that the Tokon Fighting Souls beta is going on, December 4th. The press release says new DLC for the multiplayer co-op survival action game features 2 new player classes, new bosses, and a new shifting Earth environment. Dustin, I was talking to you and Brad about this when we were streaming. You guys played this pretty heavily when it came out, but I think you guys have both fallen off of it. It's, of course, on PS4 and PS5, and it's one of the best-selling games of the year, so I'm sure this is going to draw people back. Is this what's going to be required to get you to play Elden Ring Nightreign once more?
Yeah. And there was nothing, wrong with the game. It just, we had completed all the content and there's things to move on to. So this DLC has 2 additional night fares. That means 2 additional playable characters, 2 day 3 bosses. Such a weird sentence. But they're adding a lot to the game and it's a good price, $15. So yeah, I'll be headed back to this game for sure. And I'm very excited about it. It feels like it's taken a little longer than I would want to for them to add new stuff to this game, but I'm glad it's here. It's unfortunate the same day as Metroid Prime, I believe. So we're going to be, once again, too many games at the same time.
Anything, Chris, did you play Nightreign? I don't recall.
No, man. I like Elden Ring. I do, but like, I'm good. I don't need, there's so much. Guys, like, I'm so overwhelmed with video games, dude. I know we said that earlier. It's just like, there's really a glut right now. I'm trying to make time. Like I've got Chronos just sitting there staring, so I'm good. I put like nearly 200 hours into Elden Ring. I'm satiated on Elden Ring for like probably a couple years.
Yeah, sure.
Before I'm hungry enough to want more from software. Unless they do like, if they do a Sekiro 2 or something like that, that's a different story. I'll be all over that. I love Sekiro. But
yeah, I wonder, that would be Microsoft, I guess, doing that, right?
I just mean like more like that type of game.
No, I
like
know what you mean, but I was thinking like, where would that come from? I wonder, because that's Activision, right?
Well, I think they published it, but I think there's a thing where From Software owns the IP.
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool. It's a hell of a deal. But yeah.
All right. A couple more pieces of news to get through really quick. There's a really interesting interview on GQ with Todd Howard, of course, the longtime leader at Bethesda Game Studios. The article, if you want to look it up, is called Todd Howard on 10 Years of Fallout 4 and the Elder Scrolls 6. And there's some interesting news in here, but the one thing I wanted to focus on is that he says here that, Elder Scrolls 6 is quote unquote still a long way off, which is hysterical because the game was announced. Wasn't the game announced like
2019?
2019, yeah, something like that. So totally insane to announce it early. But he does confirm that they're working on it. He calls it like their everyday game. That's like what they're pouring all their time into. That's not a huge surprise. And he does tease this idea that he wants to do a surprise release, like a shadow drop of the game. And that they did that with Oblivion Remastered, and it was really exciting, even though it leaked, obviously. And he says, quote, "You might say that was a test run. It worked out well," end quote. That would be pretty cool. There are rumors, and by the way, I think that the rumor, what's going around about Elder Scrolls 6 is real. There are like deep story and plot details going on about the game, like how the game starts, all that kind of shit. I would suggest, I don't give a shit about Elder Scrolls really, so I read some of it, but and I don't know if it's true or not. It just seems like it's true. And so I would avoid that stuff if I were you, if you care about that sort of thing. But in that leak, they say that the game is a 2028 game. So it is far off still, and that means that they would have announced it 9 years before it came out, which isn't unprecedented, but is pretty close.
2018, by the way.
2018, so 10 years.
2018.
Totally
Insane.
great.
I was there.
have no idea. I don't know why they did that.
It's because I remember the reason, or like the cultural wisdom at the time was like Fallout 76 was not being received well, and they wanted to quell fears.
Right. You're right.
That they weren't pivoting to multiplayer. They were just like, no, don't worry. There's another Elder Scrolls going to happen, and it's not this. But I mean, you would know something about announcing something too early, right, Colin?
Yeah. I don't. What?
The role playing game.
I misunderstood you, I think, because I don't know why
You got burned.
Oh
No, I was just making a little crack.
Oh, okay, I see.
A little jab.
A little jab. The role playing game.
It went over my head.
What did you think I said?
I went over. It totally went over. What you were saying went over my head. I understand the joke now. All right. Sorry. I have the document here. Yeah, here it is. So on this, I recommend people read this because he talks a little bit about Fallout and the future of Fallout and remastering it and all that kind of stuff as well. I don't really care. Like I do want Fallout 3 remastered. I think we'll get that. But I don't know. I just feel like Bethesda Game Studios has kind of run its course for me in some way. And I'm actually very intrigued in playing, maybe not playing, but considering, as we've said many times, considering Starfield when it comes out. But I don't know. I don't get the excitement anymore. So anyway, I'm sorry I missed your burn if I ruined a joke. I don't like ruining jokes.
No, you're good.
I made it funnier, honestly, for me.
Yeah, I think it helped. Because you had this really blank stare that almost looked like I really hurt you.
Sorry, I'm distracted by a bunch of things here, trying to keep the show going.
No, you're good.
All right. God, I have so many fucking windows open. There's so many stories. All right, here's the next one. BioWare, N7 Day 2025. They write on here. I wrote in our document, bad news. EA and BioWare confirmed that the new Mass Effect game is still in development. So just confirming, they say that everyone at BioWare is working on the new Mass Effect game. I don't care, but I felt like it just should be mentioned and noted in case you're looking forward to it. There is that new Mass Effect TV show, right? Or is it a movie? No, it's a TV show, I think. Amazon is doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to keep that going as well. And then the final piece of news I wanted to get into is just new PS Plus game catalog editions. Obviously, we had noted earlier, and that was the breaking news that Dustin shared with us, that Red Dead Redemption will be coming to the catalog. Did they update the art, or is that always coming?
Yeah. They updated it.
Okay, cool. Because, this was not the way it was when I saw it. Yeah, so they've snuck that in there.
Yeah, it says update. Red Dead
Redemption. Oh, yeah, there it is. I could have just read the document, I guess. So the game catalog, of course, is available to PlayStation Plus users at the extra and premium tiers, and gives you access to a bunch of games, Game Pass style, but not usually, sometimes, but not usually new releases. So a little bit unlike Game Pass, probably less value. Red Dead Redemption, as we said earlier, is the big edition. And by the way, these editions begin on December 2nd, if you're curious. So a ways away. They're warning everyone. Again, didn't we bring this up a little while ago that people, like, they're doing this on purpose now because people got so mad about buying shit? So they're giving you literally 3 weeks notice, which I think is actually a little excessive and quite pro-consumer. Also, Grand Theft Auto 5 will be joining. So a lot of Rockstar stuff here, which is cool. Pacific Drive is joining as well. I bought and played it a little bit. I just wasn't into it. I don't know if my mind wasn't right. It just was weird. But it's a cool idea.
Yeah, 30 FPS too.
Oh yeah, no, that's stinky.
Kind of grody.
Still Wakes the Deep is from the Chinese room. I platinumed that earlier in the year. The walking simulator. It's good. It's not as interesting in my opinion as Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. Insurgency Sandstorm is joining as well. Thank Goodness You're Here is joining. The Talos Principle 2. Monster Jam Showdown, MotoGP 25, and then for PlayStation Plus Premium specifically so that's the highest tier of PS Plus in the Classics catalog, Tomb Raider Anniversary Edition. The PS2 game is joining the collection, and that's it. So anything in here for you guys of any interest? Pretty nice collection or compilation of games, but I don't have PS Plus Extra, so I don't care.
I bought this game, thank goodness you're here, months back. And I like British humor. Like, I like Monty Python. I don't understand this game. And had all these awards. So maybe, I don't know, some of you British people with your beans and whatever will be happy about that. Also, sorry, broken record time, but the anniversary, the classics, they're slipping.
Yeah, a lot of people have been saying that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're slipping bad. Only one game, and it's not even. I mean, this is a port that was already existing.
Many are saying this,
which is cool. But step it up, PlayStation, with that premium support. Sucks currently.
Yeah, I don't know what's holding it up. I don't know what the deal is with that. Is it not important? Is it just simply not profitable or making much money? Is it not worth the pursuit of these kinds of games? Tomb Raider would be in the hands of a Bracer Group. It seems like they're willing to license things. Are they waiting for people to come to them? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. Let's see. I'm going to skip this inquiry because we've already kind of run our course here with this. That's all we have for the news. All right, let's get into what we're playing now that the news is over. I'll go really quick and just say I'm playing the same things I've been playing for weeks, and I have nothing new to say about them. I platinumed Ghost of Yotei. So that's platinum number 193. That's out now. And then PowerWash Simulator 2, I'm going to platinum in the next couple of days. And Plants vs. Zombies Replanted, I'm still playing typically on my portal. PowerWash Simulator 2, I will say this. I've been having technical issues with it. On the bigger maps, like when you get deeper into the game starts like stuttering and like, I don't know, just being really inoperative. And I found that just turning autosave off fixes it. So if you're experiencing those problems as well, and a lot of people are because I've been reading about them online, that will be a good solution for you as we wait for a patch. They have not patched the game since its October launch. So that's what I've been playing. Nothing new to report here, though. But you guys are both playing Arc Raiders, as well as you are, Chris, you're playing Dispatch, and Dustin, you're playing Lumines Arise. So Dustin, let's go to you first, and you can describe what you're playing. We'll go to Chris, and we'll go from there.
Sure. Well, I'll start with Lumines Arise so we can kind of transition with Arc Raiders. So yeah, this game is finally out now. I talked about it a few weeks ago when I was doing a preview for it, but it is fully out. And if anyone doesn't know or doesn't remember or didn't listen to that episode, this is the new game from Enhance, and they made Tetris Effect. And this is the Lumines version of Tetris Effect. And it absolutely rules. If you like Tetris Effect, you absolutely need to check this out. I'm not very good at it. I feel like I've never been that good at Lumines, but I still am enjoying it thoroughly. It's really cool the way their different stages work along with the music. And now what I wasn't able to preview before is that there is VR support. So I dusted off my PlayStation VR 2, and it's just a incredible, awesome experience playing this game in VR. Just because you can chill out and it's super immersive, and the music is really great. So I highly, highly recommend this game for, pretty much anybody. I guess if you like puzzle games, then check this one out. And then, yes, I am playing more Arc Raiders. I'm at the point where I'm pretty deeply invested in this game. We're playing pretty much every night. They've made some recent changes to the game, which are very good. They just introduced a new map last night, like overnight. So I haven't got the chance to play that, but they have done some changes to the matchmaking, where it used to be before that if you went in with two people, you would get paired, like other teams in the map would be three people. So there was no like duos matchmaking, which could be really annoying. So what I've noticed in this game, if you go in solo, people are generally much nicer. You are more likely to find people that are maybe even not just willing to not shoot you, but also willing to help you. I've had multiple instances where I'm like, oh, I'm working on this quest. The guy's like, oh, you got to go over there. Very friendly interaction. It's nice. As soon as you get multiple people get bloodthirsty, myself included. There's something about a safety of having your team that if you get down, there's a chance you're going to be able to come back. And man, some of the interactions in this game, that the reason I really, really like this game is the social elements. It just goes to show how stupid Bungie was, where they were putting proximity chat on the back burner, because half of the fun of Arc Raiders is like interacting with people and like the Wild West standoffs that you are like, because like usually when we play, we're on a Discord call, and in order to talk in game, you have to like, we'll hold a button, right? So we'll interact with people and be like, hey, all good, we're just doing a quest here. And it's like, don't trust these guys. Like, these guys are probably going to try to kill us the moment we turn around. And often that does happen. But this game is awesome. And I think you brought up a good point earlier about how I think on initial thought, when Arc Raiders came out, I'm like, man, this is not going to be good for Marathon, because this game is so good that now you have to convince people to move over to something else. But in a way, Arc Raiders has done probably a great service to Marathon, in that it is the first big mainstream hit of this kind of game, of an extraction shooter. And of course, Call of Duty has done it. And Delta Force was a big one. Those were all good, but they weren't anywhere near as big as Arc Raiders in terms of its popularity. So I think it's getting people used to the idea of an extraction shooter. I know for me, when I started this game, when you die, it's like devastating. It pisses you off. You're like, man, I lost all this stuff. I wasted the last 20 minutes. And then as you start playing more, you get more comfortable with this idea and understand that it's like, dude, none of anything you have on you at a given time, consider it a rental. Like, you are never going to keep anything permanently in this game. So you might as well just use it. And so I think that conditioning could help Marathon, that when it comes out, people have it. They're not necessarily introducing as many people to this newer type of genre. So I'm really impressed with the game. I'm having a great time with it. Sometimes the quests can be a little annoying in groups, but that's kind of the only thing that I'm like, about. Everything else, though, the PvP interaction is where it's at. And I'm sure, Chris, you have had some. I mean, if you've played this game at all and been on mic, like I said this in a video I did the other day, I'm like, if you're not playing Arc Raiders with a mic, why? Like, why not? That's half of the fun. It's not like a Call of Duty lobby. You'll never catch me on the mic on a Call of Duty lobby ever. But in this game, always.
Yeah. No, it's cool, man. It does a lot of things right. Particularly AI. I think AI is the star of the show. Like, I think because they're really hard. Yeah. Like, they're not to be trifled with, really, at all. And some of the what do you even call? I don't even know what to call it, production value of just like the way these things fly at you. There's a particular enemy that like literally like leaps across the map, and it's ridiculous.
The Leaper.
Yeah, it's literally called the Leaper, but it's like looking at it feels surreal, because you're like, there's no way. In most games you would see that kind of thing and it would have no chance of seeing you. Because you'd be like, oh, we're way far away. And then it somehow does this insane. It's horrifying. It's a little bit like I was watching a little bit of your Elden Ring stream, Colin, and I remember you like jumped off a cliff or something. Mm-hmm. You were running away from some guy on a horse, and he just appeared behind you.
Yeah, he was like a magnet.
It's very much like that kind of thing where you're like, he followed me down here. That's crazy. But it's cool. Like I dig it. I still have the same kind of sticking points that I had last time I talked about it. I do think it's like a little. There's a handful too many things that it's juggling. I think it could stand for like some streamlining if it's really gonna get me really in. And I do kind of have that feeling of just like, oh, I'm never quite bummed out if I die with anything important, because I just kind of understand that's, you know, I'm just like, whatever. I was expecting to lose that anyway. But I like it. It's good, and I think it does have a chance to help Marathon in some way, because ultimately, like, they're definitely going to be compared. Like, these games are undoubtedly going to be compared. They're going to be, weighed against each other. But I do think, based on my experience with both of them, I have a similar amount of experience playing both of them at this point, cumulatively, with like the alphas and the stress tests and the server slams and now the full game release of Arc Raiders, where I'm like, these satisfy very, very different feelings for me, even though they're in the same genre. Like they don't feel the same, which is interesting. I'm curious to see like what will be, like how that'll. I wonder how Arc Raiders people will react to playing Marathon, if they will, and like whether or not it'll click with them, because it is very different. But Arc Raiders is doing a great job. I think it's hitting me with my fix, you know. And I've come around on some of the crafting stuff. I still kind of don't like it, but like I'm more okay with it. And I'm just like, all right, fine. I guess I'll craft a thing. The only real sticking point for me is like the menu navigation is kind of awkward. Like, and I can't help but I'm noticing it every time. Like I'll go into start a lobby or whatever, and you'll hit play, and then you'll look at your inventory, and then you'll be like, oh, I need to craft this thing. I need to craft a shield, and then you got to back out and then scroll over to the workshop, click the thing, craft it, go back to your inventory. Like it is kind of all over the place. But I don't think it's anything like nearly. I've seen some pretty bad UI design in the last. In the last 15 years, make no mistake, and it's nowhere near that, but it's something that I did notice. But it's damn good, and yeah, you got to have a mic. I think you're missing out a lot on this game. Like I particularly like going in solo. Actually, like I like the loneliness of it, and like the weird kind of almost Journey-esque feeling that you get. Where just like, oh, another person was here. Interesting. And the little conversations that you have, it's very funny how afraid everybody is.
This game will change you. Yeah. Dude, when I started this game, I was super friendly. I was always calling out to people like, hey, just so you know, I'm here. You don't need to worry. But let me tell you, like just last night, Ben and I were playing, and we had both, dude, one of the, like a Rocketeer just completely fucked us up. We were so close to the exfil though. So I was like crawling. I was just crawling. And then as soon as I got to the button, there was a guy there. So I was like, oh, hello. And he was like, hey, how's it going? Like, I'm just dying, trying to get out of here. And he's like, oh, okay. And he let me press the button before he murdered me.
Yeah, I've seen some videos of that where it's
I was like, come on, man.
I saw a video of these two people, like, I guess presumably in a solo lobby, and they were like, I guess they were fighting some AI and they killed it. And then he was hiding in like a little shack, and he walked in there. It's like, how you doing? You good on health? And he was like, nah, man, I got no shield at all. He's like, oh, that's crazy. And then he guns him down.
Yeah.
And
dude, and I said it will change you. Just recently, we watched this team fight like one of the bigger AI enemies for probably about 4 or 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And once they killed it, we're like, oh, it's prime picking now. So we went and killed them.
Yeah.
And stole all of their loot and stole the loot from the giant enemy they killed.
I've absolutely done that. I've absolutely done that. I've been investing really heavily in this. Like there's like a particular, I think it's Pharaoh, the gun. It's like a single shot heavy round kind of thing that just like it does so much fucking damage. It's insane. And I did that exact in the Buried City map, I think. We were fighting and I was just like, I'll just wait this out. I was addicted because I like shot. I remember this guy was like he was like really in dire straits, and I saw like a Rocketeer flying away, and I just shot it to alert it because I knew that it would come in my direction and cross over him and just completely fuck him up. Yeah,
you can throw lure grenades on people, and
that's fun.
That's effective.
It's the sandbox of manipulating the AI against other players is particularly fun. Like that is something that I don't think. That's a particular mechanic that I don't remember being in Marathon. And if it was, I didn't experience it. Granted, I only experienced a part of what Marathon is. But like that was a cool, like realizing that you could lure enemies from across the map over other players and like kind of force aggro was really cool. Like that's like a really cool mechanic. A lot of times I just go in there. I just go on these maps to just wreak havoc. I'm really kind of not even looking at the quests. I do every now and again, if I think one's easy enough, I'll do it. But like I really am just having a lot of fun just like existing in the maps, and that's been pretty cool.
The map design, I'm realizing the more I play it that some of these designs within the maps are so good. There's a certain key that you can get to unlock this room at the top of a tower
Right.
But once you get in there, there's a lot of great loot. But to my understanding, the only way out is back the way you came.
Right.
So both times we've gone to this tower, we've been the first ones there to loot it. And as we're looting, we hear people coming up. And it's like, oh, they're going to a place with a bunch of sweet loot, and they find you there. So we've had like 10-minute standoffs with people in this one tiny room that are just insanely intense and also really, really funny because you're like, what are we doing at this point? Like you tell you, like we're just at this point, we've burned all of our ammo, we've burned all of our health. Like, why don't you guys just leave? But
yeah,
we died. They still killed us. So
it's cool. It's a solid game. I do like it. But I don't know if I have much else to say about it. I don't think I will have more to say about it after this. I really think I've said really all I can about Arc Raiders, and I don't imagine that any good feeling I have would be radically changed all that much by anything. I do think the changes that they made are good. The particular duos playlist is a massive. That was a very particular pain point that I'm glad they addressed. Because I specifically have one person who's like reliably kind of always on, and we usually go in together, and it's just like, fuck, man. We're just gonna get stomped basically. But yeah, so that's Arc Raiders for me. Finished Dispatch. The finale of Dispatch is out and done, and it's good. They landed the plane pretty well. I like these characters at this point. I'm into it. I'm curious to see where it goes from there. I do have to say the polish on this is like really exceptional. Like there's like it just the production value and the way that it feels to participate in is very high, and I appreciate that quite a bit because I feel like a lot of these games, with the exception of like Detroit Become Human, really like a lot of games like this kind of feel stilted, and you can kind of see the limitations. Whereas like this one, you really only see it if you really, really squint really hard with it. But I think they landed the plane pretty well. A surprising amount of choice in the last episode that made me really consider like, oh, maybe I will like. I talked kind of loosely about going back and playing it again, but like now I think I will, because like there's some pretty drastic choices in this that I can't imagine would have turned up had I made other choices prior. And so I'm like, that's a curious point for me, but I think they did a good job. But again, I don't really have much to say about it. It is like, it's a pretty standard, like it's a Telltale kind of game. And so if you're not into those games, it's not really going to be for you. But I do think of the Telltale games I've experienced, or the Telltale style games I've experienced, this is pretty up there. I don't know if I would rank it higher than like, I don't know, The Walking Dead Season 1, just because that was unique at the time. And it was just a very eye-opening experience for me that I could even like a game like that. But it's definitely like belongs in the conversation where I'm like, this is really well acted, really well put together, decent amount of choices, really difficult to pick between like romance options, and which I think is like a sign that you've written a game well. I still have all the same kind of nitpicks where like, yeah, some lines are not delivered super well, or some of the writing is hit or miss, but ultimately the characters work, and that's really what you need to work for something like this, and I think it nails that. So if you're in the market for anything Invincible coded, if you're in the market for a Telltale kind of game, you could do far worse than Dispatch, and I would recommend it especially now that it's all out and you can just binge it. I kind of came in around episode 4, and I've just been playing it diegetically as the release schedule went on, but it's good stuff, especially
Chris,
in that genre.
I saw some comments. I believe you can choose a romantic partner in this game that people were wondering who you chose. Is that a spoiler?
Oh,
people were wondering.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to say.
Oh.
In retrospect, honestly, I think if you look at me, you probably know. I think you could hazard a guess and be pretty fucking accurate. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's a spoiler or not, because I do kind of feel like it might be.
Waifu Wars.
Yeah. I don't know. Just play it or watch it. You could watch it and get a lot of value out of it too. But and it's selling pretty well as far as I know. So like, I mean, I don't know. Do whatever you want. I watched I watched one other playthrough where a lot of other shit happened where I was like, I'm surprised that happened. Because I didn't get it. There were places where like I didn't get a choice where they did, and and a lot of littler things like that. But it's good. It's a solid debut game for Ad Hoc. I think it's their first game, pretty sure. I know it's a bunch of ex-Telltale people, but it's a good debut game in that genre, I think.
All right. It looks pretty cool. I don't know. I'm like, it's again. How many times?
Yeah, your mileage may vary. Really, it is really one of those things where it's just like you kind of know if you're gonna like it if you see it.
I'm glad it's doing well.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience to wrap things up. As we always do, you can submit your inquiries to our show on Patreon, patreon.com/lastnightmedia. Use the thread in the news feed each week that goes live for the different shows. You submit that way. I go through them. Threads are deleted and republished. Threads for Sacred Symbols go live on Wednesday afternoons Eastern time, and I delete them on Thursday afternoons. So you have about 24 hours, a little less, to get your inquiries in for each week. And we start here. A lot of people wrote in about what these next 2 questions we'll deal with. I mean, a lot of people.
Yeah.
Out of maybe 150 inquiries, 25 of them at least were about this. So I just chose one that I thought would get us into the question here and send us away. It comes from Snark Tank playing Super Bowl 69. Writes in and says, "Good day, gents. How are we feeling about the new Steam machine and the ecosystem from Valve? It all looks to be a great entry point to PC-related gaming, though I want to know if you think the general mass audience will take to it. Steam Deck is well enough known within the sphere, but I wonder if you believe anyone outside cares. This could be a bigger nail in the console coffin, if they do with how it all works seamlessly together. That's all from me. Have a great day, and thank you for your donation." Thank you for your donation. Dustin, I'm curious to see what both of you think about this. This was big news yesterday. Top trend on X. It's a new Steam machine and controller and all sorts of things going on. It's first party. It's not a what would they call it, an OEM like the previous Steam machines were 10 years ago or more than that now. And it seems like people are really excited about it. I'm very eager to see what you think about it from any perspective you think. Take it away.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, pretty neat to see. Some of you may remember that Valve has tried to make Steam machines before, not very successfully, but things are very, very different. The problem with the original Steam machine was it ran Linux, and developers needed to make Linux versions of their games in order for it to play on it, and most developers weren't willing to do that, especially because the install base was so small of Linux gamers. But now, since the Steam Deck, Valve has their lovely Proton, which translates any Windows game. Well, maybe not any, but it translates Windows games in order to run on Linux. Thus, you have the Steam Deck. And they've been working on this for years at this point. And in a lot of ways, the Steam Deck was kind of the proving ground for this new era of Linux gaming, and now we have a more, we'll say, console-like approach. There's people that are getting very bitchy about calling it a console or not, because it really is a PC where it'll have, when you boot it up, it'll go straight to the Steam big picture, but you'll be able to boot it into a desktop mode as well. But clearly it is console-focused. It is designed to be used with a TV, with their new Steam controller, which I think looks awesome. And I think this is a pretty neat device. I have some concerns about the specs. I was watching Digital Foundry talk about it. They're way more knowing about this stuff than me. And they theorized that it would probably be between Series S performance and PS5, but leaning more towards PS5. We kind of have to wait and see because Valve obviously is going to optimize this hardware specifically for it. The major problem is that the VRAM is a little bit low. And what's odd is that they're advertising it right on the site as a 4K 60 device with upscaling. And a lot of people are questioning if that's going to be true. More likely, your games are going to be running at 1080p and upscaled. But it's really neat. My biggest question about it is, with the Steam Deck, Valve has only sold it, at least here in the Western Hemisphere, I believe. They have only sold it directly from Valve. There's no retail presence. You can't buy one on Amazon or whatever. But so that's kind of, I think, limited the visibility of the product to the mainstream. Obviously, in our bubble, everyone's talking about Steam Deck all the time. But in terms of the actual mass market, it is actually quite niche overall. And I would imagine this thing is going to, at the very beginning at least, be still very niche. But if they maybe start selling these, if it ends up being pretty successful and they start selling these in retailers, I think that could be pretty interesting. It makes a lot more sense to me now. I was talking to Jimmy Champagne of Deck Ready about this. And he was saying that it makes sense that they were limited with the Steam Deck because they were trying something totally new. They weren't the first people in the PC handheld space, but they were the first ones to really do it right and make it an appealing product. So it makes sense that they were kind of limiting it to their more hardcore users, the people that are in the know about it. And now that they have a lot of those kinks ironed out and they were able to develop and make SteamOS so much better, now it might be time to make it a little more mass market. And it comes at a very interesting point too, where now we have this PC console device from Valve and Microsoft is going to be doing something along the same lines, as far as we know, for their next generation. So very interesting time. But overall, I think it's pretty dang cool. I probably don't need one.
Chris, where are you on this? Everyone wants to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's awesome. I like the look of it. I like the mission statement. I could see myself using something like this. I think because I like the idea of a living room PC, but I feel like generally speaking, the rigging and the feasibility of trying to figure out like where to put like these things a good PC doesn't fit very neatly into a a home theater kind of setup. It requires there's a lot of finagling in my experience in comparison to a console, I should say. Like I know that there's like, oh, you could download this or get this extension or get this piece of kit, or just like, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of things you could do. I just the plug and play aspect of consoles is what's appealing to me. So like
we have such disdain for PC players. It's so funny.
I'm just like, I hate, it's so annoying whenever I say like, I've tried the living room PC setup and I hate it. It's like, just get these 5 dongles and download this weird driver. And then just like, okay.
Yeah. And then it's like, you start playing a game. Like I have mine all set up. You start playing a game and then a keyboard prompt comes up and it's like, oh, now I got to grab my stupid Logitech wireless keyboard thing and pull that out in order to.
It's cumbersome. It's annoying. And so
use
like,
an on-screen keyboard. It's like, then I have to set that up too.
It's a whole thing. And so like, but I do want like, I mean, I see the appeal of it. I'm not willing to deal with like the cumbersome nature of it, because that's like 50% of the reason why I engage with the shit in my living room in the first place, is because it's like, it's literally it's one button push and it works. And so like, if they can build something that is bespoke and, belongs in a home theater setup and gives me access to my entire Steam library in my living room, and it's not even remotely as much of a hassle, I could see that being very, very appealing to me. Obviously, depending on the price, it's worth noting they haven't. I mean, I'm sure you could probably maybe do the math, because a lot of the specs are out, so you could probably figure it out. Maybe mathematically, you could figure out maybe what the price range would be. I haven't done the math on that myself. I don't know what it would be, but at the right price, this is kind of a huge deal. I have a lot of games on Steam that I would be very, very eager to get into the living room in a convenient way. And this is kind of I don't know. This is an appealing prospect. I especially really like I love the removable faceplate.
Yeah.
That is something I will like. The second I saw somebody put like a wood kind of vinyl thing on it, I don't remember what it was, but it was like this like 70s wood. And I was like, ooh,
I saw that in the trailer, I think.
That looks nice. I feel like I specifically want that in my living room. Looks damn nice. It's got that Series X kind of design philosophy to it, where it's just like it blends in, and I like that. I like it a lot. But yeah, it remains to be seen like how this thing works. Like I know that there's some testing that shows like like Cyberpunk runs really well on it, but like with some tweaking. And so like I wonder how strong it will ultimately be in like most people's use cases. Like I wonder how modern you can really get with it, especially considering this thing's going to be in living rooms, so they'll be on TVs, which are significantly like, I mean, that's if you can get away with lower fidelity and lower resolutions on monitors just because the pixel density and the smaller screen. But like, I wonder, it's the same thing with the Steam Deck, trying to play the Steam Deck on TV. Like I've done it and it works, but it's not fantastic. Like you'd probably be better off just kind of playing it on the couch in your lap than you would be trying to use the Steam Deck dock or whatever. And so I wonder if there's going to be any losses there. I wonder how up to code it is. But like, I mean, it's an appealing proposition, and I'm really just waiting on the price before I decide whether or not this is for me. But I've wishlisted it, so I'll get notified. But it looks cool.
I don't have much to add that would be useful from a technical standpoint, obviously, but I do have some things to say about this that I think are maybe a little more interesting from other perspectives. Dustin, you brought up the no retailers thing, and I think that I've been thinking a lot about this, especially with Steam Deck. I feel like Valve, let me put it this way, companies much smaller than Valve have their electronics in stores around the world. You can buy the ROG Ally or whatever at Target or something, you know. Yeah. They're much less, they make much less money than Valve does. I believe that Valve is intentionally avoiding retailers because they do not experience, this is my theory, my working theory, is they do not benefit from a massive economy of scale for their hardware. And they can't afford to give anyone a cut, because otherwise it's going to be like some sort of loss leader for them. And that's not a good situation for them to be in, because they don't really need to do this, right? Like there's no real impetus for them to do anything like this. Maybe you want to be a little more aggressive and spread the field and try to get into people's living rooms. They thought about this over a decade ago with the OEM Steam machines. And so I feel like the no retailer thing's a strategy because they're more than big enough. They're more than moneyed enough. They make more than enough hardware to get their stuff into stores. And so they must be avoiding that by virtue of trying to retain all of the money to make it worth their while. Because otherwise, in other words, they don't have, it's not like PlayStation Network where it's like, we really need you to have a PlayStation. It's like, you can just go use your fucking PC. What do we care? You know, we're not going to sell our hardware and for a loss because we're not really driving. This is for people that exist on Steam already, in my opinion. I don't think this is something that's like going to be interesting to people that like consoles. I'll be interested to see what the price is of it, because again, they don't have economy of scale. As I understand, and this has been discussed, is it's about as powerful as a PS5, I guess, give or take. And so I think the price will be pretty important. The controller is an abomination. And
dude, I think it's awesome.
I think it's cool.
It just looks cheap and shitty to me. I mean, that's just my opinion. And in stark contrast to the Steam machine, which I agree with you, Chris, looks like an Xbox. And that's good, because I think the Xbox has a really pleasant aesthetic, a design philosophy behind it that is much better than the PS5s. So that's my opinion on that. But here's what I'll say. Here are two other things that I wanted to say is that this, and you both touched on this, is it's for a small market. I think people are vastly overestimating this machine, and regardless of what it's priced at, I think that maybe if they had, like you said, Dustin, if they had it in retailers, they would be able to spread the field more, but maybe not. I mean, I don't, and maybe they're looking at it like that too. I think people assume Valve is immune to bad choices. Or at least, and I don't want to say this is a bad choice, it's not a bad choice, but choices that are not like totally optimized. They think they're like the most perfect company that ever was, a lot of people. And it's like, they're obviously an amazing company in many ways, but they can make weird decisions too. And I don't know that this seems like an Xbox kind of move in a way wherein you're getting into hardware, but maybe you really don't need to. I mean, what are you really gaining from this, other than maybe the erosion of other markets and the convenience of accessing Valve in a way that's not on your computer? But if you're not on your computer, then why wouldn't, you're probably a console person. I guess I don't think this thing makes total sense. I think it's going to sell well, but I comparable to like Steam Deck has sold what 5 million copies or 5 million units, something like that. People think they never really announce numbers. The ROG Ally, I saw leaked numbers. I don't know if they're true or not. That's saying that it sold fewer than 100,000. So I just don't know if this machine for Valve is necessary. I think for a different company, this would be more necessary. And this is what I wanted to say finally is this is bad for Xbox.
Yeah.
This is what Xbox is doing. I'm pretty sure I don't see it on their website, but I thought I read you could wipe it and put Windows on this thing. No?
Yeah.
So
you can
put Windows on a deck.
So right. So they could just let you download Windows and then have the Xbox storefront on the Steam machine. Like the Xbox PC
presumably.
interface.
Yeah.
So they're going to get there first and they're going to get there cheaper. I always thought that was a niche idea. And again, I said that I described it as Xbox's off-ramp to like let people go, like let people migrate to Windows and PC and try to retain those people. But they're going to get there first. So that takes away, and it's going to be cheaper because it's probably going to be way less powerful. So I think the major, and that's why we were laughing in our staff Discord is like Phil Spencer's tweet where it's like, come on, man. Like this is, come on, man.
Come on.
That's like they're like they're entering you now. Microsoft's a behemoth compared to Steam and to Valve, but not in terms of game selling. And it just seems like these are the two machines that are really going to compete with each other, actually. And I think they're going to compete with each other for some sort of niche part of the market. Maybe it grows into something that I don't see, but there's a tension between thinking you can break open the Steam experience for a mass market when the Steam experience for the biggest consumers seems to be people that want to play on, and I'm not saying the full breadth of monthly active users. I'm saying the people that are really on Steam. They play on computers, nice ones, right? Like they're engaged on a hardware front. They like fidelity. Like they're the ones spending the money. They might not make up the most of the monthly active users, but they're the spenders. They're the engagers. They have to be. And so I don't know how that all works out. That doesn't seem to make any sense to me. So I'm not saying it's a bad move. I know people are excited about it. It's going to sell great and do well, but I don't think this is a mass market thing personally. I could be totally wrong. But
I think Chris is kind of like the ideal person for a Steam machine where it's like, yeah, PC gamers do like their crazy rigs and like fidelity, but a lot of them maybe don't want to buy a second high fidelity crazy rig for when they want to play some games casually on their couch. And so here's an option where it's like, oh, well, this will still run. It can run games like Cyberpunk.
Right. So it's an engagement machine then.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
That's kind of like the Portal, right?
Yeah.
They're not the same, but it's the same thing. It's like, so you already have them. They're already on Steam. This is the tension about selling a console. Like you're trying to retain someone or bring them over to the next generation or whatever, but you already kind of have them to supplement to Steam. I don't know. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it in some way. I hear what you're saying. I think what you're saying makes sense, but it's not spreading the market.
There's something to be said about locking them down into your platform further, because using Chris as an example, Chris, if you have a Steam machine, will it affect where you decide to purchase certain games?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Like I'm a rare case, to be fair. Well, maybe not rare, but like very, very. I wouldn't say that I'm like the example of like your average consumer, because I have bought games. I've bought the same game on every machine before. I've done that 100%. And I've done that specifically because I'm like, oh man, I'm fortunate enough to be able to do that. But also like, like I do like the bespoke, I do like being able to play it on stream or whatever, like on my PC very conveniently for that. But I would most likely, more cases than not, would rather be playing anything on my, in my living room. And so, like Arc Raiders, for example, is like one of those things. Like, man, it would be nice to play this in the living room, but I kind of can't do that right now because this is kind of like a stream like PC centric kind of game. So I've just decided like this is where I'm going to buy it. Knowing that I can just kind of have it in the living room too, it's just like, well, that's going to be a huge. What reason would I have to engage with other storefronts really? If not only because not only do I get it on my PC, I get it in my living room, and I get it on the Steam Deck that I have. That's a massive deal. At least for me. But again, I don't know how common my case. Like I got to be like in the lowest possible percentage of like their overall Steam users, I would imagine. And I actually don't know. Like I know a lot of PC players in my life, and I haven't really talked to them since, because this is pretty new news. This is like yesterday this all came out. So I actually haven't seen what they have to say about it. I haven't checked any of the group chats yet, but I'm curious as to how they receive it. They're more hardcore PC people, but they play a lot of fighting games on console, and so like in some ways that might be an interesting, subset of people to kind of talk to about it. But I mean, this is very appealing to me, I have to say. Like, this scratches like a red. Obviously, it depends on how strong it is and like whether or not it would be a hindrance. But like, I do think like the overwhelming majority of my library, like I feel like it would, I would imagine would run acceptably on this thing. But that remains to be seen.
It's a cool move. I'm amped. People are excited about it.
Yeah,
I'll be interested. I think I don't think this really affects PlayStation much at all, but I do think that this, and Nintendo, I don't think is affected by it either. I think this is really affecting Microsoft's play. Mike Ybarra had an interesting tweet about that today, actually, too. About
what did he say?
Just like this suggests that they should not go down, like Microsoft shouldn't go down this path, like just make games. Like you're going to get stomped out. Like it's not going to work. And I think that's fairly obvious, but I do think he's missing the whole point that this is Microsoft's rather exit ramp. Like I say, like you got to do something for the players you can't just abandon them. It's not the analog era anymore. Like the Dreamcast, like Sega just went away. It's like gone, right? Like as a hardware manufacturer, it's not really like that anymore. Because the Dreamcast you owned still operated and worked exactly the same, except for you like couldn't access SegaNet after a while, but like everything worked. It's not the same anymore. So you have to give people access to those games.
I do wonder if the pain points will be addressed, because I don't know about you, Dustin, but like I've gone back to certain games like on Steam Deck specifically, and Steam Deck runs on Steam OS, right? Yeah. So like there's games like Batman Arkham Asylum and Batman Arkham City that kind of just don't work. Like you kind of have to like go and download a weird thing, or like it's some weird finagling that you have to do, which is very, very PC, which is the kind of thing I exactly don't want in my living room. And so like there are games from a long time ago that I wonder, it's like, I wonder if this actually is like, I wonder if this will actually work in the way that I would want it to, where like it is a seamless kind of like your entire library works. And that's not to say like your entire library runs well. I'm sure like there's like some, exceedingly demanding games that might not work on it. And there's some poorly optimized games like Monster Hunter or whatever that like probably have no shot at running on this thing. But I do wonder about that.
Yeah.
Because like that's a problem I've run into increasingly now, where I'm just like, this isn't as seamless as I would like it to be. And I wonder if it would be like limited to the games that run well on deck. You know how they have that well on deck or whatever the hell the tab
verified.
Is? Yeah, which is like not a ton. There are games that aren't on that list that you can play and they work fine just by sheer happenstance. But I wonder if it'll be like that, where like a shockingly few number of these things will actually be, preferable.
Yeah. I'd be curious if you went and tried some of those games that didn't work now, to see if they, with updates to Proton, if they've improved it. Valve is like shockingly attentive to games, like big games that don't work. I remember when Persona 3 Reload came out, it did not work on deck at launch, and they went and made an update for the firmware of the deck that made the game work, like without any developer intervention. So, and they're improving these things all the time. Obviously, it's not completely seamless. And the SteamOS has a major Achilles heel right now, and that is kernel level anti-cheat. Like Call of Duty will not run on SteamOS. Battlefield will not run on SteamOS.
Oh yeah, Destiny doesn't run on it either.
Yeah, Destiny does not run. You could install Windows on it and get it to run that way, and then you have to deal with fucking Windows in the living room, which is annoying.
Oh God, I can't even.
So
that sounds like a fucking nightmare. I don't even have the negative. I don't really hate Windows really that much. Like I get it, like it's annoying, but like I'm not really like nearly. There's a vocal anger for Windows online that I don't necessarily resonate with. But oh my God, if I had to deal with them on my TV in the living room, oh, you'd get a warrior out of me. I tell you that. You get a convert pretty quick.
I hate Windows. I feel like it's gone so downhill in the last few years.
It's bad. I was thinking the same thing yesterday when I was using my laptop. It's like shit sucks. I know it's naive to say because it's like, oh, they want your data and they want to send you towards things, but it's like, why is it so much? Go back and look at Windows 95 or even XP. It's like, this is perfect. What are you doing? Just leave it alone. A start menu, a search bar, a desktop, like fuck off. Like every time it's trying to like do all this shit. It's bloated as hell.
It is bloated.
It sucks. And we have all these things all the time where it's like, oh, the computer updated now. The audio settings are different. Oh, the computer updated now. Adobe doesn't work. Oh, the computer. It's like, this shit sucks, dude.
Yep.
Like Microsoft has such a stranglehold on things in the computing world. It's like, but this company kind of sucks. You know, like there's got to be a better version of all this shit. And I know it's Linux and all this, but there really is no mass market option for people other than Mac.
I wonder
Mac.
why they don't. Yeah, Mac. I mean, well, yeah.
Mac is the move. Join us, Colin.
I was there for a while. I don't want to go back to Mac.
I think you are doing the call. You're just saying no, but you need to open your mind up.
Well, I was forced to use. I used a MacBook for years at IGN. I was forced, like that we had. So we had. So it's like,
it's so much better than now than it was then. With their Apple. I sound like a fanboy right now, and that's okay. The Apple, since they switched to Apple Silicon, my MacBook is the best computer I've ever owned in my entire life. Hands down.
I do like,
Matt, they are murdering the laptop market right now because there's just like nothing that's even comparable compared to and they're getting cheap now too. Not cheap, but a MacBook Air, there's a model that's like $700.
Yeah.
And I mean,
I was looking at that, what is it? The small cube PC.
Oh, the Mac Studio.
I was looking at, well, no, it's like Mini Mac or Mac Mini or something.
Oh, wait, Mac Mini.
Like that thing's like 500 or something like that. And I'm like, that's kind of nuts.
It's insane
for what's in there. I've thought about it, honestly, setting up like a second station, but
join us.
I'm not totally opposed to it. It's just I just find them frustrating too. But they are I like how locked down they are. And I remember my MacBook and when I was a journalist, I really loved the form factor, and the battery life was like crazy even back then.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I grew up on like Macs in school, and like we used Apple IIs and Macs and shit like that. So I like them, but I'm open to it. I'm gonna have to consider getting, because they have this whole thing with Windows now where it's like, oh, you got to update, and then they gave you like a year reprieve, and I'm like, I don't know, I don't even know why I can't update to Windows on this new PC. It like makes no sense. It's like, no, your PC is not eligible. It's like, what, are you kidding? If this PC is not eligible, then what is? And I'm not saying like you have to have like an enthusiast PC that would be better than this. Is like probably still like better than a lot of bullshit you buy.
That's like the planned obsolescence. To be fair, that does happen with Apple as well. Like I had a MacBook that like I knew very well could run a newer version of Chrome, and they were just like, no, sorry, the cutoff. And I'm like, you can't be serious. Like you're fucking with me. I don't know.
I'm a big fan of Apple stuff. Like I love iPhone. I've been on iPhone forever. I like the watch. So it'd be cool. Micah has a MacBook and she has a watch and a phone too. And I do like how it all is like on it. Like you can text on it and do all that kind of stuff. It's cool. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But anyway, Steam Deck. Oh no, I'm sorry. Steam Machine. Steam Deck. They say it's 6 times more powerful, right, than the Steam Deck? That's pretty interesting.
The Steam Deck, yeah.
All right. Now, this is a way to integrate how this might affect PlayStation. Now, here's a guy wrote in. I love the reference. It says, what's up, you gangly group of guys? With the announcement of the Steam Machine, do you think Sony would ever reevaluate their shift to porting first-party games to PC? You've talked a lot about how porting first-party to Steam does not impact PlayStation's core business much, but does this console change that? ultimately this will probably be another niche device, but what if this becomes the natural next step for Xbox users? Will Sony walk back their PC push? Thanks, love the show. I don't see why Sony cares about this. And I'm not, I know what you're saying, that it's a little different now because now they're going to be in the console space and stuff, but Sony wants to just sell games on Steam. They're not, if you're going to buy a Steam machine, you're probably, and you'll buy it and you don't own a PlayStation 5 already, you're probably never going to buy a PlayStation 5. I mean,
yeah.
If anything, I feel like you could argue in a marketing meeting, if you're a fly on the wall, you'd probably see them arguing like the exact opposite, which is like, we actually benefit a great deal from doing this at this point. And I just think that the PC push for Sony is going to get more aggressive. It should. I've said this for years. People have been yelling at me for years that I felt this way, but it's just obvious. I think it's obvious now that these are two different markets. Is there going to be some sort of Venn diagram crossover between them? Yes, of course. But I don't think it's as extreme as people think. I really don't. Like, there's really no evidence that's like, that's the thing, is like, there's no evidence that PlayStation's slowing down. You know, we were talking about sales differentials between PS5 and PS4, time adjusted, and it's about 2 million more PS4s. Like, when Grand Theft Auto comes out, that number is over. Like, PS5 will have sold time adjusted more than PS4 at a more expensive price point. Sony is minting money on PlayStation at this point. If you just have to look at the graphs they release, like they're just making enormous amounts of money. I'm not saying there's no room for growth. I'm not saying there's nothing to be worried about. I just think that we have to accept that these are kind of different macro markets, really, in their own way. They're just completely different ecosystems. And Sony is still making more in revenue. Like, even after Microsoft bought Bethesda and Activision and has Call of Duty now, they're still making less money in revenue than PlayStation. Like, it's really crazy when you think about it. So from that perspective, I just don't know that Sony gives a fuck. It's like, yeah, the game's on PC. Like, it's like what everyone was saying when it's like, oh, they're going to shut it off so that Xbox players can't have it on their next console. It's like, why? Do you not understand that that's like a capitulation, a complete victory, for like an unmitigated victory for Sony? They're going to be like, you're telling us that the next Xbox will play PlayStation games and Microsoft gets no money. Okay, like, okay, it changes nothing. It's literally the same deal as we have on Steam already. So what the fuck do we care? I think people are too in the weeds on this particular issue. Dustin, do you agree?
I 100% agree. It does not really matter. And I think that, as we were saying, like, is it possible Steam Machine eventually opens up to be a less niche device, depending on how it does? Certainly. But it currently is going to be pretty niche. And so, yeah, it's not going to change any of the thinking for Sony. In fact, they'll be happy that there will be more potential people to sell these games to on a Steam machine. So, yeah, it doesn't change anything.
Chris, where are your thoughts on the PlayStation PC stuff? Are people just kind of freaking out where there's nothing to freak out about?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in agreement, at the risk of sounding redundant. Like, this is kind of a win-win, really, for them. In fact, it's kind of like it helps them extra because it kind of puts more pressure on Xbox, actually. If you wanted to even look at it through that lens, like, if there's anybody who's going to face pressure from this, it would be Microsoft with their next Xbox. If what is the plan remains the plan. So, yeah, I don't think they care.
I just think I've said this before many times, and I think the theory is 100% accurate, is that this was an open question a few years ago. How does this affect PlayStation? How does making the games available affect PlayStation? And what you realize was the diminishing returns on the games, as I've said, like, slanted largely downward from the launch of Days Gone and all the earlier games, just shows you it was a novelty. It's not to say that there's no one over there that's gonna be like, I would have bought a PlayStation, but now I'm not going to. Of course that person exists, but there's no evidence that this is true. And in fact, I'm always surprised. Wasn't it last fiscal year, I want to say, where they said they made $200 or $250 million cumulative revenue on PC games. That's like, they made more money on Ghost of Yotei on PS5 already than that. So I think it's both like a bite-sized part of the business right now that they want to expand into a much bigger chomp, which I think they're going to, and I know they want that with mobile as well. But I think the games being on Steam machine benefits PlayStation. They're not really PlayStation consumers. If they were, they would have a PlayStation by now, or they would have bought a PlayStation other than the Steam machine. We'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. Little Wheat Thin wrote it in. It says, I like putting little in front of some people's names. It's fun to me.
Little Wheat Thin.
Greetings, CDC, he says. Long time, first time. I think we are overdue for a conversation regarding one title from the Japan State of Play, Gran Turismo 7. With this DLC, we are getting an updated version of the Sophie AI project. This project has been a multi-year collaboration with Sony AI to make the CPU racers more human-like in single-player modes, and has been very well received in the GT community. From what I've read, this is one of the only true machine learning features available in big-budget games today. Sony AI has published research papers and conducted interviews for those curious about technical details. I'm interested in the gang's thoughts, and if you think other games and genres can benefit from similar treatment. Dustin, have you tried the Sophie AI? Colin, would you play an offline mode of Helldivers 2 where your crew consisted of human-like AI teammates? I'll hang up and listen. I wanted to talk about this specifically because I think this is cool. You bring up Helldivers, which is a cooperative game, but you're predicating your question on Gran Turismo, which is a competitive game. And you guys can, because I'm totally off base on matchmaking. What is it called? Skill-based matchmaking.
Right.
Where I'm like, isn't that what you want? And then everyone's like, wouldn't you want that? And everyone's like, no. And I'm like, okay, I don't understand. And this is another thing where I'm like, you want human like AI, which is cool, and they're going to get there, and these are going to be the new revolutions in game design about making these more human, more dynamic NPCs that talk to you endlessly and do all those kinds of things. But from a skill perspective in Gran Turismo, it's like, do you want the AI to be better? Because more human-like would indicate better, right? And so I'm wondering if, well, what else could it mean, really? If, like, worse?
So you're saying that the AI is just more capable at beating you at the game?
Well, yes, and I would assume so, or at least more sophisticated in the ways that it can beat you at the game. But it seems when you deploy things like that in the wild, and this is what I wanted to bring this up, see what you guys think, is like, so when this idea is deployed in the competitive space, like with skill-based matchmaking, everyone hates it. And knows that's literally humans at your level, like real humans. And so I'm just confused, like I don't know if this makes any sense to people, but I'm kind of confused what people really want. Because again, comparing Helldivers to Gran Turismo is not really a great comparison. Would I want that in Helldivers? I guess that would be cool. I liked playing with other people. I had no problem playing with other people, but that's not what we're really talking about when we talk about Sophie AI and Gran Turismo. We're talking about competitors. And
right.
I wonder if people are going to be driven mad ultimately. I guess is what I'm saying, by actually playing competent AI for the first time ever. Because go ahead.
Well, I think the idea isn't necessarily that they're more competent. It's just that they're more convincing. And so, like, it might actually even imply sometimes that they're worse. Like, they'll make a mistake that a person might make, or they'll fuck up. Like an AI competitor might fuck up in a way that only a person can fuck up. Like you see, like getting caught like sideways and like reversing. So like it feels like you're playing with other people when you're not really. Like it could result in more competent players as well, or less. Or I think the idea is that like it would make it feel. It's almost like a Turing test. It's not like, oh, that's so good it must be a person. It's that I don't really know how good that guy is. Is that a guy? You know, I think that's kind of the idea. I don't know. I haven't looked super deep into Sophie AI or anything, but like that's the vibe that I get out of the wording.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Right along the lines of Chris, is that it's like so there are AI or whatever. A computer can beat every human at chess. They've gotten so good. But could you create an AI that plays chess that feels like you're playing against a human? Those are two totally separate things. Because I think of like certain battle royale games, like I think Fortnite, when you boot up fresh on Fortnite in like a new account, you will play against bots because they're trying to ease you into the experience. And it is so obvious that you're playing against a bot. They'll just like run out in the open, turn, look, shoot. You know what I mean? So they're not very convincing in terms of their actions on how they play. So this is pretty interesting. I haven't checked it out myself. And the other thing too is that I am not well. I've played Gran Turismo, but I'm nowhere near an advanced player that it's like I could tell that I'm playing against a real human versus an AI. So I wouldn't be the one to really know. But this is what we were talking about at some point recently. It's like, get ready, because more of these AI features are going to be implemented into games. And I think we just got to lower the temperature a little bit. We can still not like generative AI, but we can think that these AI machine learning features coming to games that are different from generative AI can be cool.
Yeah, generative AI is really the one that with a lot of the stink on it, because it is just a plagiarism machine.
Right.
Like fundamentally. But like, I think everybody, like, I mean, every other element of AI that I've seen, and even generative AI in some specific use cases where I'm like, this is something that could not be, like in the example of like the classic or modern classic example of like, an RPG where every NPC reacts to everything that you say, no matter what the context is. It's like that. Okay. Cause like you can't do that. Like there's no amount of money, there's no amount of time, there's no amount of recording sessions with a real voice artist that will allow you to do that, really. Like this is something that needs a machine to do. And so like from that perspective, I was like, yeah, okay, fine. If you're doing something that is like really like interesting and weird and that's dope. But like I don't think having AI that is trying to be more convincing is like a bad thing. I think it's cool. I mean, anybody who's played Call of Duty knows that like veteran difficulty is like if you play Call of Duty on veteran versus like playing a multiplayer match, like veteran's easily harder. Because like the AI doesn't need to see you; it just understands where you are. And so like it would be interesting to play a game with bots where like they might notice you, but then they might doubt if they saw anything, and they just keep going or something. It's just like the adding of faults onto perfect AI, so that the image of another player is painted more convincingly is really cool. Like that sounds really fascinating to me, and I'm totally down for that.
Yeah, I should be clear too that because I agree with what you guys are saying. Like, there's, I think, a major difference between generative AI and AI statistical kind of tricks and numbers and all this, crunching that makes things more believable, as opposed to kind of, in other words, like studying heat maps and knowing. And it's what we say about. I guess it's not quite the same, but like in medicine, like the idea that like a doctor can create like a treatment specifically for you by running like 1 million simulations based on like your body type and your DNA and all these kinds of things. Like there's a difference between like these really intrinsic things that are like individual, and then these wider things that are stealing from others. And this is not what he's bringing up here. That's not what this AI is. So, but I'm still to this day, and we've talked about it, is like I still don't really understand the argument against skill-based matchmaking, other than that people don't want to play against players that are as good as them. That is literally the only explanation. That, and as someone who plays, like we brought up chess, I play chess.
Yeah,
if you play at chess.com or whatever, it's like it matches you with people that are like at your skill level. Like if I play someone 400 points lower than me in my rating, I'm going to fucking kill them. And if I play someone at 400 points higher than me on my rating, they're going to kill me. It's not fun. You want like, so I still don't really understand the whole, and that's one of the things where I'm like, I think this is going to be tricky when it comes down to the way this is all tuned. Because I think it's clear, not that I want the hardest difficulty when I play the games all the time that I play, but I'm surprised by how people want to kind of gimp their experiences. And that's the only way I can possibly interpret the skill-based matchmaking world, unless I'm totally missing something.
It's just having the option to take it as seriously as you want to take it. Like that's really all it is. Like you can adjust how seriously you're taking a game, and like whether or not your heart's really in there. It's just like, this is a casual kind of, it's a Friday night. I've had a long day. Let me relax. Let me not do the gamer lean forward.
The lurch.
Yeah, the lurch, where it's just like, that's the universal sign. It's like, I'm all right. All right, now I'm going to crouch in the middle of shooting now. And things like that, where it's just like, I don't want to deal with that all the fucking time. I want the option. And there's a ranked playlist for that.
Fair enough. The Drunken Merchant wrote in, said, hey, CDC, simple question. In a game's options menu, where should the subtitles be? Audio, graphics, general? I've seen it all. Goodbye. Dustin?
Yeah, I have noticed this before, because some games just default with subtitles on now, and I hate that.
You don't? I love subtitles.
Yeah, because you're using your TV's sound. You can't hear what it says.
Always hating.
Let's see. Where should it go though? I am thinking general.
Yeah.
It's a general, because you're not dealing with sound technically. You're dealing with a visual on screen, so it shouldn't go in sound. Graphics
on a tier list of acceptability, graphics is the lowest.
Yeah, definitely. I would say general then audio.
General audio graphics in that exact order. But like, yeah, I've played games where they're in graphics. Like, yo, it is funny. This is such a funny question because I identified with this immediately, but I've never once said it out loud. Like, it's never been a thought that I've vocalized. Like, why is the subtitles never in the same place? I've thought that before for sure. It's funny to see it written out.
I agree with you, Chris. General audio then graphics. General is where it should be, and I actually think that developers, and there might be examples of this. I don't really get too deep into the weeds with these like HUD options, but you have like all of the different options you would scroll through with like R2 and a menu or whatever, and it'll be like, like we were saying, general, graphics, audio, all this kind of stuff. I feel like there should be a tab, and maybe that is the general tab, where it's like, here are the 10 things that are like most important. Frame rate, inversion, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like the things that people select the most. Subtitles.
Right.
And then those could actually be redundant options in other menus that are also there. In other words, like give you the once like at a glance thing, and then it doesn't really matter where you kind of nestle them elsewhere. Right. But I've said this before to you guys. I feel like there should be more standardization across games, and like button prompts and shit, like just general consensus things. X is jump. Like that should be L3 should run. And obviously you can play around with those kinds of things. It should be the same thing with this, where it's like there should be a consensus, like an agreement, like the subtitles go here. But anyway, good question. Appreciate that. Now the next two questions are about arc raiders. We could have used them earlier, but they're not really about the game itself.
Yeah,
but
whatever.
More about other things. So I think this will make more sense here. Put your Dickener wrote in.
Goodness.
Said, hey, gents. Never seen that one before. It's not convincing. Pucha?
Yeah, not really.
Dickener? Come on. We're really scratching the bottom of the barrel here at this point. Says, hey, gents, am I often thinking that the success of Arc Raiders is actually working to the benefit of Bungie and Marathon? I brought this up a little earlier. With over 4 million in sales, Arc Raiders has clearly become the first extraction shooter for the mainstream. Speaking from personal experience, I had no interest in the genre before playing, but now I am hooked and looking to see what else is out there. If Bungie can make sure Marathon has tight gunplay, yet also be casual like Arc Raiders, I think they can really build off this momentum for their own benefit. I think, and I'll be curious to see what you guys think of this, I think Marathon is it's on a razor's edge with Arc Raiders. Marathon and like Marathon comparable to Arc Raiders. On one hand, you can think, and this is what the letter's asking, what I kind of said earlier was, this kind of breaks the ice for Marathon. Tarkov was too hardcore. It's only on PC, right? And maybe it's on console now. I don't know. I don't think so. And then and people didn't really notice and whatever. And so Arc Raiders runs through the breach and makes it safe, and now you have a beachhead. And so Marathon benefits from that. But the beachhead's pretty impressive. It's clean. The bodies have been buried. The barbed wire is around the encampment. And then Marathon shows up, and if it's not good, or it's not as good, or if it's not, it's going to be magnified. Because there's going to be this example that's already on the market that's better than it. So this is kind of the perfect situation, all things considered, for Marathon, but it's risky. It's better to go last or second, if you have the better product. It's absolutely better to go second. But the big question is going to be, is it the better product? And I don't know. I feel like Arc Raiders, and I will say this, and I'll be especially interested to know what you think of this, Chris, is I feel like I've been very hard on Bungie, right? But there's something cool about it for a lot of people, I think now. Like, it's a trendy thing to do, in other words, to be hard on Bungie.
Right.
And I think that might hurt Marathon more than anything, ultimately. Is that people kind of like these titans when they fall, and they hurt. Yeah. They like it. I don't know why. I mean, I don't know what Bungie did to anyone, really, but But it's true that like people seem to be reveling in it. And so that's anyway, what do you think about all this?
Yeah, I don't know. There is a case to be made that like a lot of ire that you see on the internet doesn't necessarily manifest in the real world when push comes to shove. And there's an argument to say that it does. Like Concord is a good example. I don't think Marathon's even remotely going to suffer even a slightly close fate to Concord.
No, Marathon will exist for years. I want to say that. I think Marathon's going to come out and exist.
Yeah, but like it is interesting. I don't know. I think it potentially is a good thing that this is how things are shaping up, because it is kind of like an icebreaker. And presuming that the game's still on schedule, which I would imagine no later than March, because that's when I think the fiscal year ends, right?
Yeah, fiscal year will be in March 31st or March. Yeah, March 31st.
You can imagine by then people might, they're into Arc Raiders, but maybe they're looking for a different flavor. They like the genre, but maybe they've played endless amounts of Arc Raiders, and maybe they're kind of the market for something different. And Marathon is very different. Like I really can't stress that enough. Like it is an extraction shooter, but like there's like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's very, very weird and very different, and I think very cool. And the put your dick in her ass is like they can build. If Marathon has tight gunplay. Oh yeah, I've played 40 hours of it. It's quite, it's good. It's just a matter of like whether or not it'll hit at the right time, or whether or not Arc Raiders will like have some kind of major DLC or something. That's the interesting thing, is like how Arc Raiders is going to play it, really going forward, because they could theoretically have some big expansion around the time that Marathon comes out, and that might be stiff competition.
Mm-hmm.
They might not. They might rest on the laurels of incremental kind of drops, and that may or may not dissuade people. But there's no question that Arc Raiders is huge, and I do think it is kind of like it has a 50-50 chance of like this either hurts or helps. It definitely isn't going to do nothing. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's really fucking fascinating to see the way this is shaken up. But I don't know, the ball's in their court. They really gotta come out swinging. And it does concern. There are elements of Marathon that concern me, where it's weird to me. It's weird as fuck. No understatement. To build an extraction shooter on purpose, right? And then so late in the game realize that proximity chat is such a big deal. That is very weird. It's inconceivable. It's almost like the same thing as like what is it? A Naughty Dog building this Last of Us Online game and being like, "What do you mean we'll have to support it for years?" It's almost that level of like what have you been playing?
Yeah,
that
sure.
implies that this is not like a core part of the experience. And to their credit, it's in there. But the fact that it was even a question is weird. The fact that it's a kind of a class-based kind of hero shooter kind of thing is also strange, because there's a stealth character in that game that goes invisible. He has a pretty good kit where you can imagine that like if you're playing solo lobbies of Marathon, I don't know why you wouldn't choose that character. Like it almost makes no sense to not pick the stealth character if you're going in solo. And so like I can see that being a huge issue, where like, are you serious? Like every single, I could see that being like a massive issue. I don't even know how they're going to, I don't even understand how you fix that really. That's like a design from the ground up philosophy issue. So there are pain points with Marathon that concern me, but I do think the gameplay is really fucking good. It's really tight. It's tense. It's simpler than Arc Raiders in the ways that I think make it more approachable. And it's more competitive than Arc Raiders in the way that it pushes PvP a lot more. So like, I'm curious to see like how that'll affect it, because it is, in some ways it's more casual, and in some ways it's more hardcore than Arc Raiders. So like, I don't really know how, I don't know how it'll shake up, but I'm going to keep my eye on this whole fucking thing like a hawk, dude. I'm so fascinated by this, by this rivalry.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Dustin, let's get you on the record. We said it earlier too. Sony says they're going to stick with Marathon's release window. They're committed to releasing it next year. So this is going to come to a head sooner rather than later. What are your thoughts here on the benefits or lack thereof that Arc Raiders provides Marathon?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to repeat what Chris said or what I said earlier in the show. I think what is going to be interesting is there is a world, a possibility where maybe Arc Raiders doesn't have long-term success. Maybe people get bored with it. Maybe changes are made that people don't like, and that could create a bigger window. Or maybe it's, maintains some popularity, but it just doesn't, people eventually move on from games. They just are satiated and they've had enough. The thing is, so far, Embark has already made some very key changes that the community really cared about in a very short amount of time. So that's a very promising sign for the long-term support of this game. And in addition to, we saw their experience with the finals and how much that game improved drastically over the time. So Arc Raiders now versus Arc Raiders by the time Marathon comes out could be even more popular and more loved by its community based on how Embark has treated it. And on the opposite side, if there's a company that's not, I don't want to say they're bad at listening to feedback. They listen to the feedback, but slow to implement. Would you say that's fair, Chris, that Bungie is very slow to implement the
100%
top tier demands of their biggest fans?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, like their management structure is like a joke, And so like, I mean, something ultimately they need to be more nimble.
Right.
And I don't know. I really don't know, man. That's valid though, 100%. Like Arc Raiders seems to like the fact that they implemented those changes so quick that's something. It's so funny, like seeing it in comparison to a lot of, because dude, I remember when Halo Infinite came out and 343 was like, why does this game launch without Team Slayer? And it's like, oh, we'll get it in there eventually. And it took like weeks for Team Slayer to go in there. And it's like, how? That's crazy, dude. Like that should be like that should be like, oh, fuck. We forgot to turn on Team Slayer. Yo, Jim, go to the studio real quick. Flip the switch. That really should be like, I'm not exaggerating, that should be a 10-second solution. I don't understand how it isn't, really. So, like, the fact that Embark is quick to these really specific pain points, like, no duos was a massive problem. Like, genuinely. Yeah. And it's not a problem anymore. And so, you know what? That needs to be rewarded. And the finals is fantastic. I mean, they're a good studio. They make good stuff. And from a gameplay perspective, like, I mean, like, it's just good. It's good video game shit, So, I mean, they're definitely... And Marathon, Bungie does not have a good reputation.
Yeah.
So
this is a side note about Embark 2. So they made the duos changes, but in addition, I'm looking at their statement here. It says, we've heard your feedback. We reviewed our prices, talking about their in-game cosmetics that you can buy.
Yeah.
We reviewed our prices and made adjustments to lower our prices where applicable, and revised prices will go live tomorrow. And they are compensating people that if you bought a cosmetic within launch and now they're lowering the price, they are refunding that back to you, which is awesome. So clearly they are listening and they are acting fast in very positive ways.
Yeah.
This is neither here nor there, but Micah sent me this image. I don't know if it's going to come through. It's the guy from Nickelback. And it says, this time I'm mistaken for handing you a hog worth cranking.
Oh.
For handing you a hog worth cranking.
Good Lord.
All right. Student Loans has the final inquiry also about Arc Raiders. Very controversial right now.
Yeah.
It says, hey guys, long time listener, first time writing in. This may be a long question, so apologies in advance. No, it's quite fine. I'm curious about your thoughts on Eurogamer giving Arc Raiders a 2 out of 5 due to the use of AI for voice acting in the game. Embark Studios state they hired voice actors and used their voices in a text-to-speech tool in order to produce the numerous lines required for every object and location that can be pinged in the game, and this was one example of its use. While many are enraged by the score, it got me thinking, are we now entering a scenario in the future where games will be punished by review outlets if AI is used during production? Arc Raiders certainly won't be the last game to do this. Keep up the great work. The show is a godsend during those monotonous days at the job. This is interesting. People can go read the review if they want. I would say I read it, and I would say the last half of the review is about the AI voice acting.
Yeah.
Actually, if you read it, literally 6 paragraphs, I think 7 maybe. This is tough because I think there are some people making the argument, which I think is ridiculous, that it's like, well, you got to judge the game based on its own merits. And I'm like, this is generally true. But imagine the most extreme, right? Like a great game comes out and it was made entirely by slaves.
Right.
What would you judge? The game or like the story surrounding the game and how it was made and all the rest? I think it would be kind of relevant if it was all made by slaves. Okay, that's an extreme example, but it shows you that the entire argument behind being like games must always be judged based on the merit of the game. It's like, not always. I mean, there are going to be weird things about games, quirks about the development of them, and really reviews should be approached however you want. It should just be clear that you're talking about things from a certain angle. The more I thought about this, the more I softened on being mad about it. I wasn't never really mad. I don't really give a fuck. But like being like, oh, this is bullshit. Why? Like they tanked the score. It really matters. But then I was like, no, it's kind of a valid review. The problem is the scoring. This is why scores are so stupid. It's just another example of why scores are so fucking stupid. Because I think if you just removed the review score from the review and then just read it, it's like, you get what you get out of it. It's a positive game. It's fun, but here's all this fucked up shit that's kind of encouraging this AI slop and all the rest. Do I personally think that they're overstating the case about AI and its use in this game and how much it matters? Maybe you would dock it a point or something. I don't know if you like really have a problem with it. But I just think the argument that like you got to just judge the game as the game and the game is the game as the game. It's like, no, the game is a game in the context of the game, actually.
So, devil's advocate.
Yep.
I honestly don't remember what your take was specifically, but are we defending the Hogwarts Legacy review then? From a few years ago? Was it with like a 1 out of 10 or something?
Oh, I don't even remember I don't remember the specific reviews, so I can't speak to that. But I do defend people's ability to say like, well, I actually think, honestly, the more I think about it, that as you say, it's the more I do think those are two different things. People were mad. There's like a degree of separation from Avalanche and what people were mad about.
Yeah.
People were mad that Avalanche was making a Hogwarts Legacy game based on like the Harry Potter connection to J.K. Rowling. That's almost like way beyond what we're even talking about here. So in some way, I'm like, yeah, if you have a problem with that, I guess you can write about it, but I think it's stupid. Like it's degrees of separation as opposed to this, where it's like, it's the studio making the game. I guess what I'm saying also though, Dustin, is these reviews, whatever they say for whatever game, from whatever perspective they're talked about, are only important by the score they give. In other words, if you go read like old book reviews, old movie reviews and stuff, it's often like that are either scored or kind of truncated in newspapers, and they have like, a small word count. There are things that are mitigating factors that make things relevant, and I don't want to discourage that. I just think this is, in other words, I don't think this is like necessarily a shitty thing as much as I think the score is the shitty thing. Because otherwise this would have just been a review that got lost in the morass of getting mad at AI with no real impact. I said this on our stream when we were talking about it, and I don't mean to be mean about it, but it's like, no one gives a fuck about Eurogamer anymore. Eurogamer was at 1.8 an incredibly powerful outlet with opinions that really mattered. No one cares anymore. So the score and the way it's melded into the baked cake, right, of ingredients at Metacritic or OpenCritic or whatever, that's what sucks. So I don't know if that makes sense, Dustin, but that's kind of where I stand on it. You might disagree. I'm thinking about I think you make some valid points about how you're not necessarily a review is not just the merits of the game. Well, let me give you an example. To contrary, please, if I might.
Sure.
Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yeah. If part of your review is like, it's fucking weird that after all of these years they went to Japan and then they went out of their way to find a black character. I think that's actually but that has nothing to do with the game. The game is the black character. But it's like, how did they arrive at that decision? I think that's relevant. But maybe you're right in that it's a one, by instance, we have to kind of judge it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this. If you just to remind you, there's this Wired review of Hogwarts Legacy that was 1 out of 10.
We talked about this.
And it's like from her perspective, my monitor just turned off. Oh, we're good. Okay. From this writer's perspective, like she might believe that J.K. Rowling is as bad as Hitler. You know what I mean? Like in her mind, her harmful impact. So should we validate this kind of review as well?
No, I think you have a point. I think you have a point. But again, I would just argue that the weirdness around and this is why I was saying maybe it's got to be a case by case basis, is that the weirdness around Hogwarts Legacy has to do with someone who has nothing to do with the game. That has nothing to do with the studio, nothing to do with the publisher. It's a license.
But it is her. I mean, it is her world. Like, it's like we're making a game based off Hitler's paintings.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess the bigger problem here is that in the, because I'm reading some of the review, it's like they in their little summation of it. This is the bigger problem. It's like, quote, the story is rooted in anti-Semitic tropes. The gameplay feels dated. The graphics feel like they're a couple of generations behind. All the characters are one-dimensional. It doesn't stay true to the established lore. Every character feels like an off-brand version of the characters we know and love. There's no sense of place, no magic, no heart. Like that seems to be more controversial, and that like that's a lot of that's categorically false.
Right.
Like that's almost the bigger problem than the subjectivity of getting mad at Rowling or Rowling or whatever the fuck her name is.
Yeah, yeah. Well, listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
The goblins are a little suspect.
Yeah, they're a little. They're a little. I don't even really believe. They're a little weird. Yeah, I'll agree with you.
I don't even really believe that.
What was the Asian chick's name?
I don't know. Fucking
Cho Chang.
Yeah, Cho Chang, which is a real name to be fair. But like,
I know. What's the Shacklebolt?
The black.
Oh, that's the one.
Black character.
Is it Kingsley
Shacklebolt or something?
Oh my goodness.
It's look. I don't know, man. I do think ultimately, realistically, if you play the game and beat it, your review is valid because there's going to be other people who probably have that same perspective. All that matters is really that you're vocalizing that perspective in a way that like is earnestly like, oh, you've played this game and you've done the due diligence. Arc Raiders is a game you can't beat, so like it's a little different with a multiplayer game, and also it's the merits in which you judge these things are just inherently different. But I don't know that look the Hogwarts Legacy review is, I find it crazy, but it is a valid review. Like there are people who are going to look at Hogwarts Legacy and being like, I don't really like this person. And the entire experience is kind of tinged by that. And I'm going to feel it my entire way through playing the game. And that might resonate with some people. I think the same thing is true for AI in the realm of this, where like, dude, like, I was thinking about it. Like actively, like I've been enjoying my time with Arc Raiders, but the more I thought about it, I'm like, why is there? I felt the same thing. I think I even said it way back in the day when I talked about the finals, when that first came out, where like this game uses AI voices, but I can't for the fucking life of you tell me what I can't tell you what the game gains from it. Like there's nothing in it that is so dynamic and so interesting that I feel like it demands it. Because I think because I talked about it a little bit on Twitter, and somebody was like, well, there's like unique positioning and unique call outs for every item. And there's like, there's 392 items. That's like at minimum 300, like Baldur's Gate 3 has 250,000 lines of dialogue. Even if you multiplied that 300 something items by like orders of magnitude, it still wouldn't even be that close. And like, so I'm looking at it, I'm like, yeah, this is weird. And the more you pay attention to it, the more you do realize that like the voice acting is stiff and weird. And it doesn't benefit really from the hyper specified, like, yeah, I noticed. It's like, oh, he says on the shelf, but also it's literally pinged on screen. There's like a thing on screen telling me where it is. Why does he need to say on the shelf? And also, this is a game about like human voices. That was the most interesting thing about it. Like, I didn't actually read that article expecting to come out with any like agreement with it, and because I was just like, oh, what is this? I have a problem with the AI stuff too, but. Yeah, the core premise of the game kind of is connecting with other people. And it is kind of crazy that it is kind of baked into the workflow of a game like this, where it's just like, yeah, we're gonna automate a lot of that. Now, I understand that they paid the actors to do it. That's not really the issue. I feel like people are getting a little bit lost in the weeds here. It's less about them paying the actors to do it. I'm sure like you could pay anybody to do anything. I just think the issue really is like, why even bother when you're not going to do anything incredibly impressive with it? Again, this isn't like some, Baldur's Gate style RPG with this extra added bonus of like, oh, every NPC has its own voice and its own character, and it'll react in real time to any possible thing you'll say. If you want to use AI voices for that and pay voice actors to do it, I would have no fucking problem with that, because that is an interesting idea that cannot exist without AI. But like, if your whole thing is like, oh, well, it's kind of hard to record a lot of lines. And I'm like, yeah, it's hard to make a video game.
Yeah, right.
Like, I don't know. I just, it comes across to me as like lazy, and especially it's more egregious here than in the finals, because like, again, like the finals does even less with the AI voices, but at least the finals isn't like predicated on communication like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it does feel thematically kind of weird. Does it deserve a 2 out of 5 for that? Like, maybe not, but in some way, like maybe the searing praise on Metacritic does deserve kind of a hit, like a notable hit, if they are going to engage in these kinds of very odd, almost purposeless, unjustified AI use cases. Like, the main problem really is that they're not doing anything with AI that's interesting. It really is just to speed things up and to save money. That's what it is. Because if they weren't trying to save money or time, then they would have just recorded the lines.
Right. But they have to call that actor back every time they want to add new items to the game. Because I'm thinking about like,
yeah, it's hard.
Didn't bring up Bungie again. Like, they were having problems where they're like, they had to recast Peter Dinklage because they're like, we simply cannot. He cannot record at the pace that we want to make this game.
Sure, but that's because they hired fucking Peter Dinklage. It's crazy to me that it's crazy to me that they thought like, oh yeah, Peter Dinklage is going to come here every couple months to do that. Like, that was, I don't know, that's all marketing. But even that, like, even again, like even the recasting of Peter Dinklage into Nolan North or whatever, like that's part of the story of Destiny. Like, that's part of like what makes it a thing made by people, is that like it is kind of subject to these changes. And like, yeah, I don't know. Like it kind of rings hollow to me where it's like, yeah, well, they got to get people back in if they want to be nimble. And we were talking about that. Like, we were talking about earlier how like they are really nimble to change, to react to feedback. And that's great. And that's cool. But if you're only nimble because you're automating game design and like iterative, I don't know how to feel about that really. I don't know if that's really a great trade-off. It's good for us, the players, I guess. But like, I don't know. I question the necessity of even the specificity of like the call-outs that they're using. Like, it really does not add anything to the experience to me. In fact, it only sounds flat and weird. Like, I noticed it even before I knew that they were using AI. I was like, the voice actor sucks, whoever they got to do this. And I don't normally notice that. And then I saw the article. I was like, oh yeah, it's the finals guys. I totally forgot that they do this. So I don't know. I feel weird about it. I think it's a bizarre mark on it. But I think it's reasonable to be harsh in the scoring. In the same way that, by the way, if Marathon came out and it still had stolen art in it, if it's a good game, cool, and you can write about it. You can write about how good the game. That's what the Arc Raiders review is. It's talking about like how all of these things work really well. Here's the thing I can't get past, and it's been in the back of my mind. And if you're playing Marathon, and you're like, yeah, the gunplay is really tight. I dig the art design. I kind of dig the lore that I'm getting, but half of the shit is stolen. I think that's a valid point to make.
It's funny how much people drag out of this and bring out of this. I personally believe that this is only a big deal because of the scoring. Otherwise, It would have just been one man's opinion. There's got to be a fight back against. There never will be, but because even we cite them out of ease, and I even say like, oh, I would give that's like a 10. I'm part of the problem too, unfortunately. Even though I would love for all these things to just disappear and people have to read the text and get the nuance out of it. And it's the
Right.
idea of just reducing subjectivity to the most objective thing that's ever existed, which is a fucking number. Right? It's like, it's outrageous. It's fucking so stupid when you think about it. And it comes really from people not wanting to read even the newspaper era. This movie gets 2.5 stars.
Yeah.
So it's just, I don't know, man. It's just such a shame. It's unfair to the creators. And as I've said before, and I wish I had time to really get into it, like, I really feel like you could bust open a lot of this Metacritic stuff by just focusing in on who the fucking randos are that are even responsible for these scores. And I'm not saying I'm not a rando. I'm just not trying to integrate my own opinions into like this fucking hive mind score that tells you how good Arc Raiders is or not. It sucks. And that's why everyone cares. So
I do think, to me, though, like the score, like I understand we're talking about like a hit to the score or whatever, but like, I mean, Arc Raiders is going to sell millions regardless.
Yeah.
Like it's not going to,
It will.
just because it's now an 88 instead of a 90, whatever. It's like, I'm sure they don't give a shit. You know, they're selling fucking piles of these games. So,
well, Arc Raiders, maybe we'll just keep talking about you forever. I don't know. That's all we have to discuss today. Let's get out of here. It's time to go. That was a chock full episode.
Yeah.
Of information and details, essential to all PlayStation fans. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Any plans for the rest of your day? It's early still. It'll only be 2:25, 2:30 around you.
Yeah, I don't know. Today's probably like I'm trying to keep it low key. Maybe do a little bit of cleaning, but nothing crazy.
Cool. Sounds good. I'm sorry, Dustin, goodbye to you. Be well. Any plans for you for the rest of the day?
Any plans? I think it's white people taco bowl night.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I'm pumped.
Hell yes.
I absolutely love it. It's good shit. And other than that, I'm trying to think this weekend. I don't know if I even have any plans. So there's nothing exciting in my life, which is good because I'll just play Arc Raiders this weekend. Maybe I'll play Yotei. I've been trying to do one mission a night.
Arc Gators?
Arc Gators, dude.
So one mission a day in Yotei to get it out of the way. You don't like it that much.
I'm so sick of the process of every mission being go somewhere, walk and talk with somebody for 3 to 5 minutes, climb up something, fight something, walk and talk a little more.
I see. Well, you're entitled to your opinion, of course.
I think it's a great game. I've had enough. I am bored with it now.
Fair enough. It's funny. It took me longer to platinum Tsushima than Yotei, which I thought was strange. By probably 10 hours. But I will say with Yotei, the more you like, I was surprised. Like, there's just so much shit in the game, and there's so much content in the game if you just explore.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. Let's get the hell out of here, guys. It was good to see you. Thank you for your time today. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Last Stand Media and Sacred Symbols. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access. LastStandMedia.store for merch. Or what do you do? No, wish list and download the demo of Saint Slayer, Spear of Sacrilege on Steam right now. Lily Mo's newest game. We really appreciate your support over there as well. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.